chat's got soul. From the gavel to the gas, we're watching it all. Cover in the courtroom, big case or small. Laugh when we can, cry when we must, but it's all real talk, you can count on us. We're not the pros, just fans who care, with popcorn in hand and a comfy chair. And every twist, we're right there, together like we're all in the witness chair. This is the Broken Baker, where the trials come alive, where the chat is wild and the vibes survive. We're watching the worst of what people do, but we keep it light, yeah, that's our truth. It's the only place for crime, and it feels just right. We bring the justice talk into your night. So hit that stream, don't miss the call. At the Broken Baker, we cover it all. Oh yeah. We're just laymen with the view, but we ask the things the world wants to. Digging through the facts, side by side. Even when it's dark, we bring the light. No clickbait, no fake feels, just truth and the highs and the reels. With the chat that roasts and rise, we're just here for the case and the vibes. This is the Broken Baker, where the stories unfold, with a smile in the heart, even when it's cold. Yeah, we cover the bad with a wink and a grin, where the real talk starts, come on, jump in. It's the only place to be, can't you see? For trials and truth, it's BBTV. The Broken Baker, where the trials come alive. Yeah, we'll be here, trial after trial. Yeah.
Can we just agree that I am 1 minute early? Shacks. Always have your cup and highlighter ready if you need to describe how to penetrate something. Hey, Helen from Holland. Well, you are allowed to be lurking. How are we all doing on this fine Bradley Yohn day? Yesterday we had arguments that the state is mean to Mr. Yohn, and he should be allowed to personally go talk to witnesses and ask them if they want to talk to him, even though they have multiple times said, we don't want to talk to him. Even if they are in prison and the prison rules are against it, and the DA did go and talk to them, and they again refused to talk to him. He should be allowed to talk to them because, of course, he should. He's a special little boy, and that special little boy needs to be taken special care of. Or those sunglasses should have some prescription in them. Well, because Shax was spreading rumors about me. Hey, Marissa. Hey, Dodo. Made it back from across of Canada without being detained. Good morning, everyone. Well, if you stuff your drugs in your prison pocket, they won't find it. Not legal advice. I am always on the grift. No day with no grift. Because daddy be a grifter. And everyone, if you have 15 friends who doesn't already follow the channel, get them over here so Marissa doesn't have to hear me say, I'm almost at 18,000 subscribers now. Marissa, do you think we can reach 18,000 subscribers? And she has to call me in the middle of the night and say, I will tear your eyes out if you ever look at your YouTube statistics again. And I say, that's a threat. And she said, only if you live, then you can complain. She's not as mean as Jamie, but hey, Kathleen. Dr. Pepper cream soda mix. I had a Dr. Pepper float. I wasn't impressed. That was a weird thing. You Americans are weird. Just drink a Dr. Pepper and eat an ice cream. It's easier. I spilled on my jersey. Hey, Anne. Guten Tag. Hey, Vicky. Oh, and Christine. Been a minute. But Jamie is the CEO of JNN. Marissa is the COO. Jamie is the head of HR, and Marissa is the head of talent acquisition. And Jemima is the head of I'll tell you if you need to know. JNN network is built on a lot of building blocks. Most of all, these three ladies stepping on me 24/7. But hey, some guys like to be stepped on. I am supposed to say that or they will beat me. And I don't know if anyone saw my video about that dentist case coming up. Seems absolutely cray-cray, but I still can't see it's being showed anywhere. Plus, your mom, you have a friend in me. Hey, Hyacinth. Marissa and you have a good topic for Stabby Day. How to de-ice Baker. Yeah, he seems like a fun fellow. First of all, get put in prison for maybe poisoning your wife. Second of all, maybe hire someone to unalive 4 other people. Hey. But if it's going live, I can't be covering a live trial this week because I have Molly here, so I don't have the time to sit here. But Marissa will pick it up. Has to do with Conor McGregor. What, that roids made him walk funny in Roadhouse 2? Probably one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Hey, Stringer. Hey, Stacy LaBruno. But let's get into day 3 of our lovely Bradley Yohn case. The verdict is still out if they will find him guilty. But, well, I know it. No spoilers, please.
Mr. Nelson, we had left off with the state's case.
It's not on any of the big channels. I just took a look around. So maybe if she's lucky and a Fox 10 channel, there is the ruling that was, but people say it's not, that only openings and closings were allowed. I don't know anything. I just made a video giving you a little intro to it. So if you want to see it, Mo is the place. Yeah, that's what I saw as well. But then I did my morning stream this morning, and people came in and said, no, we heard that it's going to be shown. And I'm like, okay, if you heard it on the internet, it's true, because everything you hear on the internet is true. Talk about a nerd. Hey, Lefty. Lefty got mad. I called him my special needs nephew.
Same presentation of evidence yesterday.
Well, thank you so much.
Mr. Jones, is the state ready to proceed today?
Yes, Your Honor, we anticipate 3 witnesses today, and we anticipate resting after those 3 witnesses are called.
All right, and Mr. Yohn, defense ready to proceed today?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Your Honor, yesterday I informed the court that I would go speak with Ms. Blackledge about her willingness to be interviewed by Mr. Yohn. I brought Ms. Keck with me, as well as Investigator Shoney, because I know that Mr. Yohn expressed some concern about taking me at my word, so I brought a couple other people there. I spoke with Ms. Blackledge, asked her if she would be willing to speak with Mr. Yohn. She indicated that she did not want to speak with him yesterday, but that we could talk with her today, and she may be willing to speak with him today, but she wanted us to come back and talk to her about that. So I'm passing that information along to the defendant here.
Was he a good dentist? Because he was a really bad unaliver.
An open court, so that he's aware of that. We did not arrange a meeting between them last night because that was a request of Ms. Blackledge. And again, if the court wants to acquire Ms. Keck was there as well as Investigator Shoney.
Well, as an officer of the court, Mr. Jones, I will take you at your word and not inquire beyond that. All right, so we ready for the jurors?
In reference to that, Your Honor, I also, in a sense, received a message through our chirping system, not myself, but through another party that stated she was willing to, but they told her not to.
Well, is Mr. Shoney available? Let's see if Mr. Shoney is available.
Is James Craig the dentist at State? I don't know what you mean with State, but today is the opening statements are supposed to be today. They seated the jury yesterday. Well, he has probably the best mugshot I have ever seen. So for those of you who didn't catch it, Miss Blackledge is his girlfriend, former girlfriend, and also co-conspirator, accomplice, who pled guilty, had 40 years in prison. He keeps claiming that he needs to interview her before trial, and the state keeps saying, well, we talked to her, she doesn't want to talk to him. Now they talk to him again, to her again. Yesterday said she didn't want to talk to him, but through third party, he had heard she wanted to talk to them, but the state pressured her not to do it. Yeah. Yes. As I stated, the case will start today, but it's unclear if we will see any of it.
With the defendant, Mr. Yohn, or not? Mr. Jones, do you care to inquire?
Thank you. Investigator, for the record, your name is John Shoney. You're investigator with the Adams County Sheriff's Office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, did I ask you to bring Karen Blackledge to the Sheriff's Office from the Adams County Jail?
Yes.
And did you do that?
Yes.
Were you in the interview room with myself and Ms. Keck when we inquired of Ms. Blackledge about her willingness to speak with Mr. Yohn?
Yes, sir.
And when we spoke with her, at any point did Ms. Keck or myself or you try to encourage her not to speak with Mr. Yohn?
No, sir.
When we spoke with Ms. Blackledge, did she indicate that she did not want to meet with Mr. Yohn that day, yesterday?
Yes.
And did she indicate she may be willing to meet with him today, but she wanted us to come back and talk with her today at some point to see if she wanted to do that at that point?
Yes, sir.
And was that the sum and substance of the conversation?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Yohn, do you have any questions for Mr. Shoney again solely upon this issue?
Your Honor, I do not contest that fact. The witness or alleged co-defendant, she's very unhonest and very iffy. So, I mean, I can't contest an officer's
You have
words.
no questions?
No, sir.
All right, you may step down. Thank you.
She's very on honor and iffy. Mm-hmm.
So the court is going to accept the testimony and evidence as presented through Mr. Shoney of what actually occurred last night and reject defendant's statement, which would not be evidence. Now, are we ready for the jurors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Yohn, you ready for the jurors to be brought in?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's put the questioning of their ninth witness. Mr. Jones or Mrs. Keck, any further witness for the people?
Yes, Your Honor. People would call Haley Carls Miller.
All right. Close to the microphone so it doesn't amplify your voice. Thank you. Mr. Jones, when you're ready with your questions.
So, can you please tell me your name?
My name is Hallie Carls Miller.
And I'm going to have you pull that microphone a little bit closer to you, and we'll try one more time. Can you tell me your name?
Hallie Carls Miller.
Everybody here okay? Thanks. Miss Carls Miller, what do you do for a living?
I work as a forensic scientist at the Illinois State Police Springfield Crime Laboratory.
Specifically, do you have an area of expertise, an area that your focus generally is?
I do.
And what is that?
I specialize in firearms, tool marks, footwear, and tire track identification.
In order to work for the
Well, at
Illinois
least
State
one of
Police
those are
in that
BS science.
capacity, did you have to go through any specialized training or education?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me briefly about that education and training that you did?
I received a bachelor's from Southern Illinois University Edwardsville in biology with a minor in forensics. And then I started with the Illinois State Police. They did an in-house training program that consisted of readings, lectures, tours of manufacturing facilities, and months of supervised casework.
And after these months of supervised casework, is there a proficiency exam that you have to take and pass in order to be certified and to start your employment with the state police? shoes.
Yes.
And can you describe for us that proficiency exam?
I get proficiency tested in each area I'm trained in. It happens once a year, and I've passed all of those.
And to pass those proficiency exams, is it true that you have to pass with 100% of proficiency? You can't miss any questions. You have to get them all right in order to pass.
Correct.
And you have to do that every year.
Correct.
And how long have you worked with the Illinois State Police?
I started as assigned to the Springfield Laboratory in August of 2016.
So in the last,
She has that a little bit disheveled librarian look, even though there isn't that many librarians left. And most librarians in our library is men with a Hulk Hogan landing strip and a ponytail. So that dream about the hot librarians kind of dead in my town.
do the math, 7 years, you've passed every proficiency exam 100% every time. You've gotten every answer on those tests, right?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, at this point, we'd ask that Ms. Carls-Miller be certified as an expert in the area of footwear impressions.
Any objection, Mr. Yohn?
No, sir.
I will also certify this witness as an expert in the area of footwear impression without objection by defense.
Ms. Carls-Miller, when we talk about footwear or shoe print impressions, can you tell us what we are talking about?
Footwear impressions are impressions left at a potential crime scene when the shoe comes in contact with a surface.
And when that shoe comes in contact with the surface, it leaves a mark?
Yes, it may. It could be a 2D or 3D impression depending on the substrate that the shoe is stepped on.
How do you use that impression that's left to make an identification?
So what I would do is either I receive a gel lift or an image or a cast, depending on the case, of the impression left at the scene or impressions. And I would make test impressions of the shoe or shoes that I received in the case and compare the test impressions to the evidence impressions I received from the case.
Now, Ms. Carls-Miller, every shoe that comes from the factory, if you have a Nike, every Nike shoe is going to have the same sole, right? So how are you able to make a comparison?
When the shoes are released from the manufacturing facility and before they are worn, they are all the same, the outsole pattern, depending on the make, model, and shoe and size. But there is no damage to the shoe. They are fresh and clean. But as the shoes are being worn by individuals, these shoes can pick up damage, wear, as well as like rocks, glass, different like things that can be fit within the outsole that make the shoe individual in nature.
So are you looking for those markings that make that outsole, that sole pattern that's left on the floor, on the door at the crime scene, individualized? That's what you're looking for?
Correct. I'm looking for the class characteristics, outsole pattern, shape, and design, as well as then looking further at the individual characteristics or the cuts, nicks that are within the impression.
And in order to make an identification, you compare that print, if you will, to the shoe that you're given, and you look for those different class characteristics. You look for those different nicks, cuts, things like that, and you're able to make a determination to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Yes, based on my training and experience, I look class characteristics first, and if they agree, then I look further at those individual characteristics.
And you say class characteristics. Can you tell us what you mean by class characteristics?
So these attributes are determined prior to the manufacturing of this shoe. So for example, Nike might have an idea of what they're going to make, what the outsole will look like before they produce the shoe. And
yes, she's going to testify it was his shoe. He has a very good explanation for that.
those attributes are used to group or include or exclude different impressions from each other.
So let's say, for example, you have a shoe print at the scene, and you look at the shoe print at the scene, and it's a size 12 or something like that. I wear size 16 shoes. If you're given a pair of my shoes, you would be able to say, we don't have to go any further. Those are clearly not the same size.
Correct. If the outsole pattern, size, or design is different enough, then it is an elimination on class.
And then you would go, if they do appear to be the same size, then you would look for the tread pattern or another class characteristic to see if you should go any further.
Correct. I would then look further if the class characteristics agree, and then look for those little nicks, cuts, wear, damage on the outsole, and see if it reproduces in the impression found at the scene.
In this case, were you given a pair of shoes at some point and also given some shoe prints from a crime scene?
Yes, I was.
Hold up. Some shoes. On the screen, we have People's Exhibit 65 showing the defendant wearing a pair of white shoes. Were you, in fact, given a pair of white Reebok shoes, a size 12, for you to compare with some gel listings?
Yes, I was.
And I'm showing you the marked as People's Exhibit 14. Does this appear to be a bag containing those shoes?
Yes, it appears to be.
And it says on the front, one sealed brown paper bag containing one set of shoes, white, size 12, Reebok men's shoes, worn by Yohn, at the time of his arrest. Does that sound like the shoes that you examined?
Yes, I would look at the case number and item number.
If I could have the bailiff approach the witness with
I actually think that's a mistake. That if she's turned over evidence where it says worn by Yohn at the time, that could potentially prejudice him. If he has a known criminal history or she knows him, it should just be case number 2522. Do these two shoe marks line up? But yeah. He's only a
Yes,
size
these are
12.
the shoes I received in the Adams County Sheriff's case.
The next slide, please.
on the screen is People's Exhibit 66. And if you go to the next slide, People's Exhibit 67. If these appear to be the outsoles, the bottoms of those shoes that you examined.
Yes, they're consistent with what I received.
And you talked with us about class characteristics. First of all, you were talking about the size of the shoes, correct?
Size is one of the class characteristics, as well as like the detail, how there's hexagonal shapes. As what he's pointing to in the arcs and the Reeboks, these are all class characteristics that if you were to put another shoe up that has like lug characteristics, they're different from what
So if you had a shoe print that had straight lines going up and down, not these hexagonal patterns or Reebok and the other shapes, you could say they're not the same. They don't have the same class characteristics.
correct. They would have to line up with what I received in the case.
And if the gel print does line up or the shoe print does line up, then you would want to go to the next step of looking for those individualized.
Correct.
Next slide. You were also given some photographs, DVD, along with 6 footwear impressions recovered.
I haven't seen him change his defense this time around. It's exactly the same case as the first time, so potentially it'll be the same outcome. But we never know. This jury could decide differently. Was he a lawyer in a case not too long ago? Apparently, if it's the prosecutor you're talking about, he has become a judge, someone said. Did you miss anything? Yes, that Bradley Yohn claimed that they lied. The prosecution lied about them talking to Miss Blackledge, and they tried to make her not talk to him, even though she really wanted to.
Covered from the scene, and again, as we said, 1 DVD with raw and JPEG images. Is that correct?
Yes, 6 gel lifts and a DVD.
I can have the bailiff approach with People's Exhibit number 4.
Apparently, someone said he was had become a judge.
Yes, this is what I received.
Up on the screen now, we have People's Exhibit 38 showing 3 sets of footprints. Is that correct?
I didn't really look at these images because they were more crime scene photos and they don't have a ruler in them. So those were not necessarily my focus. I need a clear picture of a footwear impression like so I can then verify that what I'm seeing is one-to-one is in person.
So what do we talk? This photograph with the slide or the scale on there, that's one, correct?
It would be one I focus on, yes.
That would be People's Exhibit 70. And again, you talked about class characteristics. Where
Why are we not
you see
watching
the
it?
hexagonal patterns, the wave pattern at top, the waist pattern at the bottom, and the word Reebok at the bottom, correct?
Correct, those are class characteristics.
And next slide, please. When we talked about gel prints, this would be a photograph of one of those gel prints you will print, correct?
Yes, a photograph of the gel lift. Yep.
And again, we talked about class characteristics, the hexagonal pattern, the wave pattern at the top, the wave pattern at the bottom.
Are you drunk, cameraman?
Reebok, correct.
Correct.
And again, also class characteristics, the size. They appear to be the same size as the shoes in People's 14 that were taken from the defendant, correct?
Yes, after I printed the images and made test impressions of the shoes, I basically have a light box that I will place them on top of each other to make my comparisons, and it was all consistent in shape and size.
And People's Exhibit 72, gel lift, tint marker 8, but for your laboratory, it was 5-5-1. Is that correct?
Correct. The gel lift I labeled 5-5, but the impression itself, there was one impression visible on this gel lift, and I labeled it 5-5-1.
And again, we talked about class characteristics being the general size of the gel print. It matched the size of People's Exhibit 14.
Yes, consistent in shape and size.
And we talked about other class characteristics, the wave pattern, the hexagonal patterns in the midsole,
the wave pattern at the end, the word Reebok.
No.
At the heel of that shoe, correct?
Correct.
And those all match the shoes that the
And we know from the hot mic that they are very conscious about what they wear because they had read some paper on how to dress for the witnesses you are interviewing to make a best impression on the jury. And how to be bland apparently is the way to interview expert witnesses. Well, you're welcome back. She gives Amy from the Big Bang Theory vibe. Yeah.
defendant was found wearing as well, correct?
Yes, consistent in shape and size.
Now, once you did that, at that point, did you look at tint marker meet your 5-5-1, that gel print, to go further for those specific markers so that you can make a determination that they were in fact the same shoe?
Correct. I used the printed images of the 5-5-1 and compared it to the right shoe test impression I made at the laboratory.
And when you compared that gel lift to People's Exhibit 14, what did you find?
I determined that the impression in 5-5-1 was made by the shoe in item number 6 of DFS 2140630.
You made that determination to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty.
Yes, it's based on my training and experience as a forensic scientist.
Training and experience that you showed through your proficiency exams for the last 7 years where you got everything right on every exam, correct?
Correct.
You also looked at the other gel prints and determined that they were consistent with being made by the same shoe, correct?
I determined they have a consistent outsole size, shape, and patterns, but since I made an ID, in this case, to the pair of shoes, further examination was deferred, and that is a policy that we do at the Illinois State Police.
Once you find one print that matches, one can assume that the other prints would also match, fair to say?
Well, once the shoe is tied to the scene and an identification is made, then there is no further work that needs to be done.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Yohn, any questions?
Ms. Miller, if I may, what are the standard size rulers y'all use in your profession? Because I believe they're black rulers, but they do not show. They do show an inch range. I pulled up a picture here.
Judge, I have to object at this point. Is there a question?
John, if you would ask the witness questions, please.
He was asking about what type of rulers, because is it one of these? Oh, what type of rulers are there? Where's my other ruler? Oh, it's right here. Is it one of these? These are very fundamental, basic questions that he should be allowed to ask. I think they're railroading him not to get the answers to these very specific questions. Well, yeah, I always look kind of like a hoodlum. Hey, Ginger. Pro say is the best say. That's a tape measure, not a ruler. Hey, one measurer to rule them all. Yes, that's a play on the worst movie trilogy ever made. No, I'll take that back. That's still The Hobbit.
Ms. Miller, you're positive that these were 12-inch size shoes rather than potentially 11 inches.
I look at the size of the shoe based on the tag that is on both shoes.
And your determination was that they were size 12, correct?
They were size 12 Reebok athletic shoes.
And you used a ruler to measure them when you did your analyzations, correct?
I did not use a ruler to measure them. I made test impressions using them and compared the test impressions to the impressions that were found on the gel lifts and the DVD.
And can you give us a little bit of information concerning the rulers that y'all would use if you were to use one?
The rulers are just, I do not necessarily use the rulers unless you take images, just so if you print the images and say you get the image from, we have a really nice printer with nice color, you would verify that the ruler in the picture is consistent with the ruler that you have in hand, that it's all consistent. It's a 1-to-1 ratio of the shoe image of the impression that you have compared to a test impression that you make at the laboratory.
And through your analyzations, you analyze.
No, because number one of those are still watchable. And even though they are traveling, they are doing it by space flight and hyperspace, not by walking and talking about walking. And then walking is a more, hey, let's turn to the other people who are walking.
The shoe, and you talk about class characteristics and marks such as rocks being stuck in the shoes or glass or cuts from just everyday usage, correct?
There are wear and rocks, depending on the case, depending on the shoe, how it was worn, that do appear and cause damage to the shoe.
And
If you ever watch The Wire, you will know this is one of the things that is his name. What's his name? The undercover guy tells them they can always spot undercover police officers because they haven't stepped in all the crap that junkies step in. Great series, you should watch it.
if a person wore them shoes naturally every day, or I'll stick with the question.
How do you wear your shoes unnaturally? Yeah, Miley, no, Maya Billy Bully something. Yeah, Bubbles. Great show. Didn't like season 2. That was weird, the one at the harbor, but the rest of it is a great show. Mayim Bialik, yes.
And if a person wore them shoes every day and they caused wear to be contributed to them shoes, and at a later time someone else wore them shoes, would you be able to tell the difference through analyzations of the scene picture? Or
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
No one does.
okay, so I've worn these shoes for 3 days here. I've caused wear on them, let's say, which it hasn't been much, but let's just say I've caused wear on them. And then another person on the 4th day wears them, and that person is, say, 50 pounds lighter than me or 100 pounds heavier than me, and they go and commit a crime. Would you be able to tell through the characteristics of the shoe and the gel lifts or pictures taken, could weight or any other characteristic of a person wearing these shoes that was not the original person, could you tell differences in that?
I guess I still don't truly understand the impression. I don't care who wears the shoes in the case. I just receive a pair of shoes and I compare them to an impression found at the scene. And based on the shoes that I received, the right shoe made an impression in the DFS 2140276.
And that impression was through a gel lift, right?
The DVD contained images of the impressions before they were gel lifted, and then whoever lifted them then flipped the gel lift over, and they were images, scaled images of the gel lift after.
And the impressions, did you analyze them gel lifts?
Do you mean like actually the gel lifts I received or the images of the gel lifts?
Yes, the gel lifts.
I did observe them, yes.
And this may help you out a bit better. The weight range, could you, through observing the characteristics of the actual shoe and then observing the gel lifts, is there a way that you could tell the weight of a person who potentially wore them shoes at this time versus a person who normally wears them?
No, I can't tell the difference with that.
It's not possible.
No, I can just look at the wear and damage that the shoes have when I receive them.
So any person could have worn them shoes, correct?
I have no idea who wore the shoes.
But any other person could have worn them, correct?
I do not know who wore the shoes.
It's a possibility.
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
The shoes that you were given in People's Exhibit 14 left the gel print that you examined.
He didn't admit it. He admitted he was on camera when he went into the gas station, but he didn't admit he was there. And again, he's raising reasonable doubt. Could someone else maybe potentially have had his shoes on that he was arrested while wearing? Is it a feasible theory that someone knocked him unconscious, stole his shoes, went into a house, raped an old lady, went back, gave him his shoes on, and gave him all the loot from the robbery? I'm saying that's reasonable doubt right there. Can anyone else say it couldn't happen? I'm just saying.
in People's Exhibit 4 that we saw on the screen.
Yeah, but his DNA would be in his shoes, but someone stole them and did all the crime, went back, gave him his shoes on, and all the ill-gotten gains. Again, I'm just saying it. Hey, I'm swinging not guilty now. Yes. That's what most crackheads do.
Correct?
Yes, an impression in 5-5-1 was made by the right shoe.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Hey,
Any recross?
Ben?
No, sir.
You may be excused. Thank you.
Oh, Your Honor, we would ask Ms. Carls Miller be released from her subpoena.
Mr. Yohn, you have any intent to recall that witness?
No, sir.
All right, so Ms. Carl's Miller, you're released from the witness subpoena and are free to go. State have any further witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We would call Kelly Masajewski.
You can have the next witness brought into the courtroom. You would come forward to the circuit clerk, ma'am. And raise your right hand, she'll swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you may give in the house after before this court shall be the truth, the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
All right, you can have a seat over to my right on the witness stand, please. You could scoot up to the microphone and pull it close to you. They are amplifying microphones. Mr. Jones, are you ready with your questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you tell us your name, please?
Yes, my name is Kelly Masajewski. The last name is Maciejewski.
Sounds like you've been asked.
Yes.
What do you do for a living, Ms. Masajewski?
I'm employed at the Illinois State Police Forensic Science Laboratory in Springfield.
Is there a particular area that you specialize in focus?
Yes, I specialize in the biology and DNA area section.
In order to get that job, to have that position, was there some specialized training that you had to receive?
Yes, prior to my employment there, I got my degree in biology and English from Albion College in Albion, Michigan. And then I also got my master's degree in forensic science from the University of Illinois in Chicago. And then upon being hired by the state police, I underwent an approximately 2-year training program that went through the methods and techniques and things that are used specifically in forensic biology and DNA.
After completing that 2-year training process, was there a proficiency exam or an exam that you had to take in order to demonstrate the required knowledge and ability to receive full-time employment with the state police crime lab?
Yeah, girlfriend took a plea deal. No, she pled guilty. So yeah, but it's still, yeah.
Well, throughout the 2-year training program, there were tests continually during that time that had to be passed and completed in order to move on to the next step in training. But then once the training was completed, I went through what is termed supervised casework, which is where you work cases under the direct supervision of another qualified analyst to ensure that you have mastered the techniques and things like that that are needed to work independently within the section.
And once you receive that position, there's a yearly proficiency test that you have to pass as well. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We take actually 2 proficiency tests every year that are sent to us by an outside vendor and where the results are obviously known to them, but not to us. And then we have to complete those tests and issue the proper results to them in order to pass.
And let's be clear, when we say pass, it's not a 70% and you pass. You have to get 100%. It's if you don't get everything right, you fail and you're not employed anymore.
Yes, that's correct.
See, Sue. This is the school that Jemima got her degree from. Law Office of Brooks and Yohn, specialty lawful law.
I don't know if it would end my employment, but I haven't had to deal with that. So, but yes, that you do have to have 100% on those tests. There's no errors that are permitted.
And for how long have you worked for the Illinois State Police?
Since October of 2001.
So for the last 22 years, you've passed every proficiency test, passed every exam that was required of you with 100%.
Yes, correct.
Your Honor, at this point, we would ask Ms. Masajewski be certified as an expert in the area of DNA forensic biology.
Any objection, Mr. Young?
No, Your Honor.
All right, the record will so reflect. We'll
It is
certify
my
this
favorite pastime.
witness is an expert in the
Past
area of
and present.
DNA.
let's start with DNA. Can you tell us in a general?
Well, they do both because it's in high demand. Only a very few lawyers specialize in lawful law. Most other lawyers are not experts in lawful law.
Sense what DNA is?
Yes, DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is essentially the building block of life. You receive half of your DNA from your mother, half of your DNA from your father, and the majority of our DNA is the same. However, there are some differences amongst the DNA, which is what makes us unique from one another. But the majority, like I said, is the same, which makes us human as compared to any other animal. So we, in forensic DNA, we are looking at, of course, those areas that are different in order to identify samples as having come from a particular individual.
Maybe this is a little simplistic, but there would be a DNA section that would relate to color of eyes, fair to say?
Yes,
And
yes.
so somebody who had blue eyes would have one type of DNA in that section, and somebody who had brown eyes would have a different DNA at that section. I know it's very simplistic, but.
Yes, that would be correct.
And you're looking, when you analyze DNA, for these different areas of differences to determine a DNA profile, correct?
Correct. We look at 23 different areas of DNA, and at each of those areas, you will have 2 DNA types, one type which was received from your mother, one type which was received from your father. So at each of those 23 locations, you have those 2 types which make up your profile at that one area. And we have 23 areas. So in combination, you're looking at a comparison of 46 different types that would need to pair up to be a match.
And with the exception of identical twins, no 2 people have the same DNA profile. Is that fair to say?
Yes, that's correct.
With the exception of identical.
With the exception of identical siblings, that's correct.
In this case, let me back up. In a general sense, then how do you do that DNA comparison in a general sense?
Well, we have the DNA profile comes off of the instrumentation, and it looks very similar to like if you've seen like an EKG graph or something like that. It has peaks, and those peaks correspond to DNA types. And so when I get that, I will then look at the DNA types that are present from an unknown sample or a sample where the source is unknown to me, and then I can compare that to the DNA profile from a standard, which would be collected from a known individual, and then I compare those types to see if they indeed match at each of those locations that I was able to generate results for from the unknown sample.
You compare the unknown sample to the sample where you know where it comes from, and you see if there's a correlation.
Yes.
That unknown sample comes to the lab usually in the form of a swab.
Sometimes it can come in the form of a swab if it is something that was collected by the agency where they have swabbed an item or collected an item. Sometimes the actual item itself is sent to us. Just a general example would be like a soda can, where I would then collect the swab from it myself. It could be an item of clothing where I need to test for blood. So I will identify stains on the item and collect samples from that. So it can vary depending on what it is that we get.
In this case, were there some swabs sent to you from the crime scene and you were asked to do a DNA comparison?
Yes, I received swabs for some items, and then I also received some actual items where I collected the swab.
Specifically, I want to talk first about photograph 42. In this case, there was a 409 carpet cleaner can that was sent to the lab for both fingerprint and DNA testing.
Yes, that's correct.
DNA testing, that's what you did. You weren't involved in fingerprint testing, correct?
Yes, correct.
And that can was tested for DNA, is that right?
Yes, I collected a swab from the top plastic nozzle portion where you would depress to release the contents of the can.
And you took the steps that you took in order to create a DNA profile?
Yes.
Were you able to create a DNA profile?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to compare that DNA profile to a known standard?
Yes.
And based on that comparison,
Don't enroll to my university. I barely got a high school degree.
were you able to determine that
I'm
unknown
kind of
sample,
slow.
the DNA from the can, who
I'm
it came from?
pursuing a degree.
Yes.
And who did that DNA come from on that can?
I had a major DNA profile on that sample, and that major DNA profile matched that of Christine Lohman.
Christina or Tina Lowe.
Yes.
I also want to talk about some swabs that were sent to you. In People's Exhibit 81, were you given some swabs from a blood stain or
Red blood-like substance on the floor in the kitchen area.
Yes, I believe it was labeled kitchen/living room.
And did you take those same steps with regard to those swabs?
Yes, I did. I first tested the sample for the presence of blood, and blood was indicated, and then I completed the DNA process on that sample.
You were able to get a DNA profile from that red blood-like substance,
Yes.
and you were able to compare it to a known standard.
Yes, I was.
And what was the results of your testing?
There was a single source DNA profile from that sample which matched that of Christina Lohman.
Next, ma'am, I would like to talk about some swabs from a door handle of a safe. Specifically, we have on the screen now is People's Exhibit 50. Were you given some swabs that
Yes. No. Well, yeah. I apprenticed to be a baker, so I had to do how many weeks of culinary school? I don't know. I was an apprentice for 3.5 years, and then you go to culinary school now and again.
were to have come from the door handle of that safe?
Yes, I was.
And were they tested for DNA as well?
Yes.
When you did that test, what were you able to determine?
On the sample that I was able to generate DNA results from, I had a mixture of 2 individuals on that sample. One, it was clear to me in comparing to the standards that one of the profiles came from that of Christina Lohman, and therefore I did what I call assuming her profile. And what that means is I look at her DNA types and I remove them from the unknown sample to see what is left over in order to generate what is known as a deduced profile. The deduced profile being anything that is foreign to Christina Lohman. And when I did that, I was able to compare that to the other standards that I had, and Timothy Schmidt was excluded from that, and Bradley Yohn was included as a contributor.
And is there a, I don't want to say a number, but a degree to which you were able to determine how Bradley Yohn was included in that profile?
Yes, when we have an inclusion like that, we use a statistical program that indicates that that profile would be expected to be found in approximately 1 in 210 unrelated individuals.
So out of 210 people, only one of them would be expected to have that same profile?
Yes, that's approximate. So if you had a group of 210 people, it would be expected that of that group of 210, only one person would have those same DNA types that I was able to deduce out of that sample from the safe handle.
In the course of your, analysis, were you also given a Depends adult diaper to examine?
I did not actually receive the diaper myself. However, I did receive DNA that had been already taken through the majority of the process of the DNA procedure, and I did testing on that sample.
Now, can you describe for us the testing that you did on that sample?
Yes, I did what is known as YSTR DNA testing on that sample.
Is YSTR testing different than the process that we've previously talked about that was used in the other swabs?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe for us those differences?
Yes. When we are doing DNA profiling, we are looking at all of the DNA generally. So half from your mother, half from your father, as I explained previously, and that will generate a DNA profile. However, in situations where there is an abundance of female DNA present, and we can see that through a quantitation step that we do, which shows us how much DNA we were able to recover, we can see that there's a large amount of female DNA present and a very small amount of male DNA present. And when that happens, doing that standard testing that we perform, the female DNA is going to overpower any of the other male DNA that may be present. And so we have something that we can use, which is called YSTR DNA testing. And that is DNA that focuses specifically on the Y chromosome, which only males have. Females have 2 X chromosomes, 1 X from the mother, 1 X from the father. Males have an X and a Y chromosome. So we can focus on DNA that is only present on the Y chromosome. And it allows us to essentially ignore all of the female DNA that's present in the sample.
This is actually the opposite of what they looked for in the Karen Reed case when they used that to determine it was John's DNA. Because you couldn't do that because there wasn't enough male DNA there, and using female DNA is useless in the grand scheme of things, because every living every descendant, even dead descendants, have the same DNA as the mother.
And generate a YSTR DNA profile. It's not as discriminating because a Y chromosome is carried and the DNA along with it is carried through a paternal line. So a father will have the same YSTR profile as any of his sons.
Of course, that would be the same in this case, but it's a way to eliminate the female in this test, and it's going to be interesting to see if Bradley Yohn potentially could be in that mix. In her depends.
And the same as any brothers that male may have. So it's not as discriminating, whereas all DNA is unique for individuals. It's not unique for YSTR profiles.
It's unique, but not unique in the sense of the male
Oh, that's why he want to call his dad. His dad did it. It's his father DNA.
paternal line.
Correct.
And in this case, that depends was examined and the female DNA was overwhelming, fair to say?
Yes, that is correct.
At that point, did our office, and specifically myself, contact the Illinois State Police Crime Lab and ask the crime lab to take this additional step of the YSTR test?
Yes.
And was that done?
Yes, it was.
In this case, after you did that YSTR testing, were you able to find some male DNA?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to compare that male DNA to a DNA profile, specifically the DNA profile of the defendant, Bradley Yohn?
Yes.
And when you did that, were you able to come up with a conclusion?
Yes, I was.
And what was that conclusion?
Bradley Yohn was included as a male contributor in that sample.
And again, much like the last
No, but again, they stole his shoes, used them at the robbery, came back, put it on him, and gave him all the loot. And gave him the victim's car. I'm saying he was set up. I'm seeing tons of reasonable doubt in this case.
piece of evidence that you talked about, did the computer also generate a degree to which he was associated with that sin?
Yes.
And what was that degree?
That profile would be, it's 310 times more likely that profile came from Bradley Yohn or a paternal relative than from an unknown individual.
The last thing I want to talk to you is the nature of DNA itself. Is DNA a hardy substance or is it something very delicate?
It can be hardy in terms of when it's on an item. If that item is preserved in a proper way, it can last for a very long time. So I could take a sample from the 1980s if it had been preserved correctly, and I could potentially get DNA from it. However, it can be broken down or degraded. There are certain things that if it's subjected to, it's going to break it apart and it's not going to be able to generate a DNA profile.
So for example, if DNA is sprayed with carpet cleaner, that could very well degrade that DNA to the point where it could not be found.
Yes, there are chemicals that would be present in carpet cleaner that would degrade or break down DNA.
Thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have.
Mr. Yohn, any cross?
Yes, most definitely.
Most deaths.
Give me 1 second, please. Ms.
Masajewski, you stated that essentially every human being has some of the same DNA, correct?
Yes, over 99% of DNA among humans is the same.
Is the same, correct? So everybody here in the courtroom, we all have, in each of us, 99% of our DNA would be the same.
Yeah, but they look at the 1%, you absolutely blathering idiot. This is what you should have learned in science in school. They don't look at the 99% because the 99% is universal. It's the 1% they look at, and that's different. And that's why the alleles will show, oh, this is Bradley Yohn. He's going to claim that more than one person could have that 1% or something stupid like that. Marissa, wait. You don't need it now. Well, you also share a whole lot of DNA with monkeys and pigs and the duck-billed platypus. It's okay. We are all part of the universe. And just quantum theory, this finger could actually be touching you right now. Think about it. Yes, he is going to tell this lady who is proficient in DNA and who has a degree that, hey, I'm a crackhead, but I figured this one out. No labia manure. Good to hear, Dizzy Grenade. Always just check if you have labia manure. I checked this morning. My labia manure had cleared right up.
Thing.
Yes, that is in fact what makes us human as opposed to other animals.
And Mr. Nelson or Mr. Downs here, officer and attorney, our DNAs would be the same, correct?
Yes, at approximately 99% of your DNA.
Okay, and I'd like to touch base just quickly on the few things that Mr. Jones spoke to you about, and then I'd have some other questions for you. You did say definition of DNA, it's the building block of life.
Correct.
It's what makes us.
Yes.
Areas that are different. Could you elaborate on them areas that are different? You said areas are locations,
Yes.
and you said you look at 23 different locations when you do a test, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And ultimately you'll have, I believe it is 46 something. Could you relay that to us again?
Yes. We look at 23 areas, and at each of those 23 areas, you will have 2 DNA types. So one from your mother, one from your father. So 23 areas times 2, you'd have 46 locations for comparison.
And let me pause real quick. I'd like to ask you what autosomal is.
Yes, autosomal is what I refer to as our standard DNA testing. That's where we look at the areas of DNA where we have the one type from your mother, one type from your father. That would be autosomal DNA testing, as opposed to YSTR testing, where we're just looking at that male chromosome DNA.
And concerning autosomal and YSTR testing, one testing method could, I believe it is a YSTR, determines a specific person, correct?
I'm not sure I understand that question.
If you, I'll get back to that question in a moment. I have
No,
it down
no,
in
you
my
won't.
notes. You said that 409 can, you tested the nozzle.
On Tuesday, we do arms, because if you want to give her the Wisconsin blow dryer while she makes your dinner in the air fryer, your arms better be effing swole. Well, I actually did normally only do push on the one day, but I was feeling frisky today, so I was doing some hammer curls. 66 pounds in each hand. So I am up for a Wisconsin snowblower. That's just all I'm saying. And push downs, I was at what's a 50 kilo? That's 100 and something. No, I took the full rack. So Brandon, today I did my arms, so I can both get a Wisconsin snowblower and a Saskatchewan motorboat. I'm just making it up. He stumped her. Yeah, she doesn't know anything about DNA. Well, he's been on vacation for a couple of days, so he's been working on it. Some bodybuilder would do them, but I went through his catalog, so I got to come up with my own now. Yeah, that's it wasn't the Liver King. He kind of looked like the Liver King.
Oh, you did a swab of that, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you did that swab
Oh, crispy. I'm not glad to hear that.
yourself?
Yes, I collected the swab myself.
And you said that swab matched Christine Logan, correct?
Yes, I had at least 2 people present on that swab. There was a major contributor, and that matched Christina Lohman. The minor contributors were so low that, and potentially more than one person, that it was not suitable for comparisons.
And you, as you just stated, you had 2 assumed contributors.
I had evidence of at least 2 contributors.
Husband and wife living at home. That could potentially be both of them, correct?
Yes, but because the minor profile was limited and potentially greater than one person, I could not make any comparisons.
Thank you. You did not receive any positives or not excluded for the defendant here on that can.
Yes, on that can, that's correct.
In the stain on the floor, you spoke with Mr. Jones concerning that. You stated that it also matched Miss Christine Lohman, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And not the defendant myself.
Correct.
And did you do multiple testing on that, or was it just one single test?
Just the standard DNA testing.
And just the standard DNA testing, When you analyze that, does it take time to analyze these things?
Yes, the whole entire process from start to finish. If you were only working an individual sample, it could potentially be done in about a day and a half. But usually I group samples together, and the entire process from start to finish takes about 3 days.
And with that group, there was, I believe, 5 to 6 people, if I may. Myself, defendant Bradley Yohn, Karen Blackledge, daughters Ilsa Terrell and Heidi Young, and Mr. Timothy Schmidt, the husband, correct?
I did not have any standards from the daughters. I don't recall the names you just said, but I did not have standards from them.
Okay. And that obviously took some time to review these standards and test them. True.
Yes,
And you still did it as in reference to that stain on the floor. You did not come up with any other DNA other than Christine Lohman's, correct?
correct. It was a single source profile.
I want to touch base on the swabs of the safe. You obviously didn't take them yourself because you were not at the scene, and that is what is built into a wall. You stated that that DNA was a mix of 2 profiles,
Yes, that is correct.
and you assumed Christine Lohman.
Yes,
That leaves us with 1, correct?
yes, that is correct.
And you come to the conclusion that Mr. Timothy Schmidt, who we have determined is the only one to ever touch that.
Objection, Your Honor. Students facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
Your Honor, it was placed in evidence yesterday. This was determined. It was asked through Miss Field.
Your Honor, sustain the objection, so ask your next question.
You excluded Mr. Timothy Schmidt,
Yes, that is correct.
and that was a complete exclusion. You did have nothing concerning him.
Correct.
And myself, Bradley S. Yohn.
It is absolutely despicable, but at the same time, he is the biggest idiot in the world, so we can laugh at him, which makes it a little more bearable.
Was to be a contributor, correct?
Included as a potential contributor, yes.
A potential. And do you remember what Loki that was at?
May I consult my notes?
Yes, you may. Most definitely. Thank you.
That's not for you to determine. That's for the judge to determine.
Once I assumed out the victim's profile, Christina Lohman, from that sample from the safe, I had information remaining at 4 of the 23 locations that we test for. And at those 4 locations, I was able to then compare to the standards, and Timothy Schmidt was excluded at those locations and Bradley Yohn included.
Was it a definite positive or?
It has to be the exact same type at those 4 locations. And so, yes, at those 4 locations, that type was shared at all 4.
I want to speak on the depends. The depends, you stated you did not receive it yourself.
Correct.
However, you tested other samples, other person's samples, correct?
Yes, the beginning portion of the DNA process was done by my colleague, Dexter McElhiney, and he completed that process through our standard DNA testing and generated a profile, but it was clear from our quantitation data that there was male DNA present. And that's when I then took the sample that he had, and then I completed YSTR testing on that sample.
And you come with a not excluded for myself.
Yes, that's correct.
If you could, do you have Mr. McElhiney's reports included in your file?
His name is McElhinney, not McElhiney. Yeah. I love that he tried to use big fancy words he doesn't understand, and when he tries to just say something simple like an Irish name, he just Michael Heine, I don't know. Yeah, Dexter McElhinney.
Yes, I do.
Could you review them quickly, please?
Regarding the
Regarding his test, I believe it was number 3.
on that depends specifically?
Yes.
Yes, I'm aware of his results.
And that was to not include the defendant, correct?
Through that process, he had a single source female profile that was from that sample using the standard DNA testing that matched Christina Lohman.
I have the report here myself. It says not, excuse me one moment. Not included, I believe, or excluded.
Excluded, yes.
Bradley Yohn, excluded.
Yes.
And that was the first initial test, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you point out to the jury and the people here the amount of contributors on his test to the inner and the outer swabs?
The number of contributors, is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. He had on the inner swab, which is the one that I then completed YSTR testing.
If you watch Welcome to Wrexham, or you watch Always Sunny, his name is Michael Henney as well. Michael Henney. Do you ever think there could become a point where the jury just says to the judge, we do not need to hear more, he's guilty now, can we go home now? No, because that would be against the rules. The jury has to listen to all the BS, but it's also on the purview of the judge to tell them, shut up, this is not relevant. If you go watch MG's show from this morning, that judge railed in a guy really hard that was losing his mind and asking stupid questions. But his sister was potentially suicidal because she was smoking cigarettes, which is an attempt to slowly self-delete. So he had some good points. If you went to Daryl Brooks and Bradley Yohn's law school of law and stuff, you would understand his arguments. But sadly, MG, like Jemima, is just a lawyer, not a lawful law lawyer, like the rest of us.
After his test, he had a single source female profile that matched that of Christina Lohman. On the outer swab, let me consult my notes and see what that says.
No, actually, Depends would be they would be very sanitary. It's a machine because they have to follow the rules. So there wouldn't be a ton of people touching them. They have to be sanitary products because they are used where there could potentially be mixing of, something could get into the bloodstream.
For that, it also was one contributor matching that of Christina Lohman.
And that was on both samples. That was the outer waistband, I believe it was, of the Depends, and the inner pad.
Yes, that is correct.
I'd like to step over to your report, and that's number 4. That is the testing you did on the Depends.
Okay.
And that was also the outer and inner, the same as Mr. Miguel Heine did.
Yes.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And can you tell the contributors on
Miguel
those
Heine?
samples?
Yes, the swab from the inner portion of that Depends was a mixture of 2 males, and one of the males, in comparison to the standards that I had, appeared to be that of Timothy Schmidt, who I received as an elimination standard. So similar to how I did with the swab from the safe, I was able to remove his DNA types from that sample to see what was left over. And what was left over from that, I was able to then compare to the other standard I had from Bradley Yohn and see that he was included as a contributor or as a potential contributor to that sample, which means it matched at all of the areas I was able to compare.
And would you look at item 1H2 swab of outer waistband in front of disposable Depends blood?
Yes.
And the number of contributors there?
Yes. That was a mixture of at least 5 males from that outer portion of the Depends, and that was not suitable for comparisons to standards due to the number of contributors.
And you stated them 5 contributors were males, correct?
Yes, because it's a male-specific test. I know that they are all male, and there is evidence of.
It is a product that carries the potential to infect your blood, so it has to be living up to a certain standard. It's not like it's like it's a Stop and Shop bag or red Solo cups?
At least 5 contributors.
5 contributors.
Correct.
I'd like to, since you're here on this test already, I'd like to touch base on 1D1 sample from fingernail swabs.
Okay.
It was on the waistband on the front of the Depends. It could be from Bradley Yohn, it could be her husband, then it could be EMTs and the police who tried to help her up from the floor. It's not, it was on her waistband, it was not in her, near her private area.
The right hand, that
Yes.
would be, and could you read that box off for us, please? The number of contributors on down.
Yes, I did YSTR testing on those fingernails as well because there was an indication that there was male DNA present. And I have a single male contributor on that, which matched that of Timothy Schmidt.
And excluded Bradley Yohn.
Correct.
And Mr. McGilheine, his testing did the same, correct?
May I consult my notes on
Yes,
his
yes,
report?
ma'am.
Fingernails, he had a single female contributor using the standard DNA testing, which matched Christina Lohman. So
Was it his fingernails?
yes, on his, on Dexter McElhinney's report where he did the testing on those fingernails, he had a single female contributor using the standard DNA testing, which matched Christina Lohman. So essentially the female DNA was in such high concentration, it was overpowering the male DNA. And so that is why that sample then moved to YSTR testing.
And it moved to YSTR testing and it only come to the conclusion of Mr. Schmidt, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to step down to, I apologize for jumping around. I'm not the best at this, as you can tell. I'd like to step down to 2A of your report, number 4.
Hey, I'm saying you're raising a ton of doubt with these questions. I think you're doing quite well. This is some of the best lawyering I have seen today. Only watch this trial, but I would put you at a clear. You're not top 1. You're top 2. You get into top 2 of the best lawyering I have seen today out of the 2 lawyers I've seen.
It is swab from outside right sleeve of navy blouse, navy blue blouse. I apologize.
No, I just think he can't understand McElhinney. And because he's an idiot.
Okay.
And can you tell us, shed some light on that test there?
Yes, I did YSTR testing on that sample and I got no YSTR profile.
Okay, and 2B, that's swab from the outside left sleeve of navy blue blouse.
Yes.
And could you tell us the number of contributors and that shed some light on that information for us?
Yes, again, I did YSTR testing on that sample and that had at least 1 contributor present. It was in very low concentration and potentially more than 1 person, and that was not suitable for comparisons.
You stated potentially more than 1 person.
Yes,
So it's not for sure. Here on the test, it says number of contributors, at least 1, but it's potential for more.
yes, there's clear evidence, and I shouldn't say at least 1 person, it's at least 1 male because it was YSTR testing. And so there was clear evidence that there was potentially more than 1 person present, which is why that sample then becomes unsuitable for comparisons.
And after relaying this information here on test 4, that would infer that testing is not absolute, correct?
No, testing is absolute.
It is.
Yes.
The testing methods, could you explain to the jury, the people here today, why the procedure in testing as far as swabbing, the cuttings, dividing them up amongst scientists, the reasons for these things?
Yes, YSTR testing is not used. It's not used consistently on every single case, and therefore not every analyst is trained in YSTR testing. So in this situation specifically, Dexter McElhinney is not trained in YSTR testing. It's used like I said, in limited situations on cases. And so when analysts have a sample that is potentially suitable for YSTRs or needs to have YSTR testing conducted on it, then it will be sent to a YSTR analyst, in which I am. So that's why that was divided up in that way. But we also have a large number of cases that come into our lab. Not one individual can work every single case. And so the work gets divided up amongst us, but then sometimes certain things are needed on cases, or things just need to be transferred to another analyst for a variety of reasons.
In reference to that, is it possible that tests are also divided up amongst scientists in order to get a positive insight on such tests, a positive outlook on them?
No, I wouldn't say that would be correct. It's really just a matter of how evidence flows through our system. We all undergo the exact same training, with the exception of, some people are trained in certain tests that others are not, but we all can have the same qualifications and things like that in terms of conducting DNA testing. We are all trained in autosomal DNA testing. It's just that sometimes samples need certain things. We also have analysts that are trained only in bone. Again, we don't do DNA on bone very often, so we only have a few DNA analysts trained in that. So it's just a matter of how things flow and work in the laboratory.
Give me one moment, if you will. That safe handle. That safe handle, based on your professionalism, your standing in your scientific community of DNA.
What?
Based on your professionalism, your standing in your
Based on your profession, your professionalism, and your standing.
Your scientific community of DNA.
What?
If I were to touch this cup every day
Cup.
for a week, and I drank from it several times a day, and it was later tested, and it was touched by another being before it was tested, approximately right before it was tested. What's the chances that myself, the person who has touched this cup every day, their DNA not be on that? What are the chances?
Are you asking how likely it is you touching a cup every single day that your transfer DNA would not be on the cup? First of all, it's a styrofoam cup, so it'll be really susceptible to transfer DNA because it'll suck the moisture out of your fingers and leave DNA. Are you trying to imply that Tim touched something and that's why his DNA wasn't there? He was doing well when she didn't understand what he was asking and she was looking at him like, what? But now I think he's going to lose it. She clearly has professionalism to stand in her DNA community, her scientific DNA community. Thank you very much. This is the problem with this case. You get very confused on Reddit. He did use at least $35 worth of $10 words. And Molly is yelling at another dog. I'll be back.
Their DNA not be there. They'd be excluded.
I can't really give you a quantitative answer on that. It will depend on what may have happened to that cup in between when it was handled multiple times by you and then before it was handled by the other person. But I can't speculate as to what the chances would be. I mean, if you were to ask me, I would expect to find your profile, but at the same time, I don't know how that cup was handled in the meantime between my testing and you touching it and drinking from it.
Well, let me use the safe for an example. If it was built into the wall and it was not ever washed or regularly washed or sprayed down, then you would still expect my DNA to be there if I was the one to touch that regularly at all times, correct?
I would expect it in general if you handled it many times without use of gloves and things like that.
And without washing?
Correct.
Okay, Ms. Massachusetts, if you would give me 1 second. Is it true that autosomal testing, it does point to specific individuals, correct?
Yes, it certainly can. If you have information at all 23 locations, then it can be a very strong association. As you have less and less information, if you're able to obtain less, for example, if you only look at one of those 23 locations, it's not nearly as discriminatory. It'd be similar to if you were going to describe someone in this courtroom and you start with
That's my
brown
second
hair. Well, that
language.
eliminates some people, but not all. But then you add, okay, brown eyes. Well, then you eliminate a few more people. And then if you say, wearing a blue shirt, you eliminate more people. So the more locations you're able to add to a DNA profile, the more discriminating it becomes. So a full 23 location profile is a very strong association to an individual. But again, as you lessen the amount on that, it can get a little less discriminatory.
And would you give us some insight on what touch DNA is?
Yes, touch DNA is just simply a matter of trying to find out who may have handled or touched an item. Every time you touch anything, if you have a pen that you use, you leave behind some DNA. You walk up to a counter, you rest your hands on it, you leave behind some DNA. The more it's handled or the more vigorously it's handled, then you'll get more DNA to have been deposited. But essentially that is what touch DNA is just trying to determine who may have handled or touched an item.
Perspiration, skin particles, hair, there would be issues in touch DNA, correct?
Hair would not. Hair is different, but like I said, touch DNA is really just the sloughing off of skin cells and trying to determine who handled or touched that item.
Vigorously.
Would you relate to us the variety of techniques you use in your profession concerning touch DNA?
I'm not sure.
Judge, I'm going to object. I'm not sure that's relevant at this point. There's been no evidence of touch DNA.
Let me rephrase this. Let me ask another question.
All right, so we'll sustain the objection if you can ask it or rephrase the question.
The depends bloody. You come to the conclusion to not exclude the defendant, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that wasn't a sperm DNA finding, was it?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that was just a swab that was collected from the inside of the depends.
Could you review your notes possibly to make sure, or?
Yes, I can see if I have that report. I didn't actually have the depends. I only received the DNA in the tube that was already processed. So
To make it simpler on you, could you determine whether that was touch DNA or sperm, or?
No, like I said, I don't believe there was sperm semen testing done. It would have underwent a different technique in the DNA process if there was sperm present. So I believe that was just a swab for the purpose of seeing if there was touch DNA present.
Would you explain to us what PowerPlex, profiler, co-filer, refiler, and identifier are?
Judge, I'm going to object at the compound question. He's asked for explaining 4 different things.
I'll sustain if you could rephrase the question.
Could you explain to us what identifier is?
Yes, identifier is a previous DNA typing kit that we used to use. We now use PowerPlex 23, which tests 23 locations. Identifier is our previous kit that we used prior to that, which tested 15 locations.
So the most common test used today is PowerPlex 23.
Yes, that is correct.
And I have an important question here for you.
Stop trying to say, well, this is important. Just ask the effing question, you moron. As is always said in cases like this, get someone to represent you. Never do it yourself. Just friendly advice. Not that I think any of you would be that dumb. What is it? A suspect who defends himself has a fool for a client, or whatever it is. I can see why you would go pro se in like a parking ticket or a DUI maybe, but in a murder case, absolutely not. Don't think about it, Oline. Sue will translate it later. She speak them folks' language. Why did he end up representing himself? Because he's an absolute idiot. That's he thought that he could do a better job.
When one resubmits an item, what does that mean?
It just means that the agency has previously brought an item to us that we either looked at or we deferred at that time. and it was sent back to the agency, and then resubmitted is just them bringing that same item of evidence back to us.
And were there any items you submitted in this case?
Not that I'm aware of.
Fancy. Say hi to Brandon when you're down there.
One moment, and I'll pull up some information.
I think he had one lawyer leave or something. I just found this case and jumped on it. I can't remember. Hey, Connie Marie. I love that she's just looking at him like
I have
mental testing, maybe.
items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 that were resubmitted by the investigating agency of Adams County on 12/6/21. And then I have 10, 12, 13, 17, 28, and 29 resubmitted. That would mean that these items were brought back to your.
If that's the information you have, I do not have that information with me.
That's case jacket DFS 21-040276. And it is page 2 of 040276. Ms. Masajewski, you're positive you do not have that information with you? Because if I step down to sub number 5, and this was received 3/30/2022, it states that Adams County Sheriff's Office.
Judge, I'm gonna have to object at this point.
Hey,
If he
Andrew.
wants to show her the report, that's fine, but he needs to have a copy of the report to show show it to the witness or admit it into evidence or something like that. Him reading whatever he's looking at his computer screen is not appropriate.
Your Honor, if I could.
First, I've got to determine I'm sustaining the objection, but if this witness generated that report, then she would be able to review her notes or her reports to find that if you can direct her attention to that. Otherwise, you'll need to provide her with the document you're referencing so that she'll be able to review it and know if she knows anything about it. So you pull that out and.
Your Honor, if I may, could we take a very, very brief recess? If I could get this document printed off, it would only be approximately 4 pages, I believe. And it has very, very valid reference to item number 8, which is the safe swab handle, or the safe handle swab.
We're going to take a brief recess. We've been at
I was never given these.
printed copies. 10:30, if Mr. Nelson or the state can help Mr. Yohn get a printed copy of that document.
I will.
I apologize, Your Honor. I was never given these documents in paper form. It's actually never given a lot of documents. Yes, sir. Yeah.
Well, he's not that patient. He does smack him a lot.
Break and the defendant to obtain a printed copy of a report he was referencing. Mr. Yohn, are you ready to continue with your cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
All right, you do so.
Sorry, Ms. Messages. We spoke on resubmitted items.
Yes.
And can you state one more time for the record what resubmitted means?
Yes, resubmitted is just when an item has been to the laboratory previously, and it is then sent back to the agency, and then it is resubmitted or resent back to our laboratory at a later time.
And I was speaking in numbers of items that were submitted and then resubmitted to your agency.
Okay.
The specific item I want to speak on, and Your Honor, could I ask the bill to give Ms. Masajewski a copy of the reports?
Sure.
Ms. Masajewski, they're in order of the case file I received here that I have on a computer. If you would look at page number 1.
Okay.
It has sub numbers under submission info. And this is the case we've been talking about, 040276. Submission numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, and on page 2 is submission number 5. Could you explain number 1 and 2 submissions? Would them be the original submissions?
Yes, they appear to be.
And then you come down to 3 and you have what is resubmitted on 12/6 of 21. And could you read off the numbers of items resubmitted?
Yes, it states items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
And then if you proceed on to number 4, you have a resubmitted data of 12/13/21, and you have items 10, 12, 13, 17, 28, and 29, correct? Number 4, sub number 4.
Yes, that's what it appears, that 10, 12, 13, and 17, it states resubmitted.
And the asterisk beside it means that they were resubmitted, correct?
That's what it appears to mean, yes.
And then if you will please go to the next page, number 2, you have sub number 5. And these both have the asterisk beside the numbers. These are numbers, excuse me, this is received date of resubmission of 3/30 of 2022, correct?
That's what it appears to be, yes, 3/30 of 22.
And could you relate to the people in the courts and the jurors what them item numbers are?
Items 8 and 9.
And in reference, I apologize, I'd like to bounce back to your report. I believe at number 12. Could you?
I don't
relate
speak
what
hillbilly.
Item number 8.
That's for Sue to decipher.
Yes, item number 8 are the swabs from the safe.
Safe.
Mhm.
So they've been resubmitted at a later date.
Well, I need to explain this paperwork a little further. If you look at the original submission dates, which is submission number 1 on page 1, that is talking about it being received at Crime Scene Region 3. If you look over to the far right on the page, it says Crime Scene Region 3. That is not our laboratory, but it is an ISP facility. And so it appears that when it is then marking things as resubmitted, that it's actually using all of the data which is in the system, which would include the crime scene. My understanding in looking at this and seeing who those items were received by and looking at the paperwork in totality is that it was not received at our laboratory twice. It was received at our laboratory just one time.
Okay.
Sue is one of those fancy hillbillies where they still have the wheels on the mobile home. She's not a cinder block redneck. She's fancy, you know. He's pronouncing at least 75% of the English language weird. Yeah, when even I don't understand him. Indoor plumbing.
If you would go to page 7 of 7, and that is under lab case completed reports. I'd probably make it simpler on you, just ask what section TR is.
What section TR is?
Yes, what TR would represent.
That is trace chemistry.
Sue, I believe Sue actually started watching my channel during this trial, and there was something, I can't remember what we were talking about, and she said something, and she said, I can say that because I'm a hillbilly, so I know I can call Sue a redneck, and she'll call me an idiot because she does that at every trial.
And what is trace chemistry?
Trace chemistry is hairs, fibers, gunshot residue.
And what do they do at trace chemistry?
We don't have trace chemistry at our laboratory. We have a trace chemistry section in the Chicago laboratory, but they examine hairs to see similarities if they could have been originated from a common individual. Fibers, what type of fiber it might be, or I'm not trained in this, so I don't really want to speak too much further on it, but they look at fibers and commonality of fibers, and then they look at gunshot residue.
Okay.
Come on.
No, Your Honor, that's all I have. I
Yeah,
would
that
reserve
wasn't
the
a
right to
lot.
call her at a later date if possible.
You can't. She's here
Judge,
now.
if he has more questions for this witness, he's a crime lab person. He needs to ask those questions now.
So he'll be allowed to present his case at his time when the burden, or I'm sorry, the burden never shifts, but when the case and presentation of any evidence he wishes to present switches over to him. Right now, we're on the state's direct, and so do you have any redirect, Mr. Jones?
Your Honor, I have no more questions for this witness. I'd ask that you be released from per subpoena.
All right, Mr. Yohn, is this witness going to be allowed to go back to the lab and back to her regular duties, or are you going to be recalling her?
Give me one moment, Your Honor, just approximately 45 seconds.
Just
I
Why is he
do have
putting a
specific
time on it?
question for you, Ms. Massachusetts. The swab on the floor, was it tested for any other substance, such as maybe a chemical?
No, I only tested that for blood.
So you were not able to tell whether there was a chemical?
I do not test for chemicals. That would be a chemistry section.
All right. In this type of case,
I want to become YouTube rich enough that I can have like just an inflatable hot tub. I wish I had that because I don't need to cool down that much. We had 2 good days this week, and the rest it's raining today. But in the winter, having an inflatable hot tub. Well, now I'm above 18,000, so maybe someday.
whereas the claim was to be sprayed or penetrated, whichever it was, with a can of this nature, wouldn't it be logical to test for such?
I don't make the request as to what samples get tested. And quite honestly, I don't even know if that would be possible with that type of sample, but that would have been something that we don't decide at the crime lab. We are kind of somewhat instructed as to what we are looking for and what we should be testing for.
I took my pre-stream nap and I woke up and I was like, what the hell woke me up? And it's just thunder. And then it started raining. So I hope it's going to pass while I'm streaming so me and Molly don't get wet tonight.
There's a such thing as a case correspondence history, correct?
Yes.
Where you correspond with the agency such as Mr. Jones here or the detectives on the case.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you have that case correspondence with you?
No, I don't. I don't have that as part of my case notes.
You had several conversations with Miss Chelsea Miller, correct?
If it indicates that, I believe I did, but like I said, I don't have that paperwork in front of me. So I may need to see it to recall the conversation.
Your Honor, could I briefly have the deputy take this laptop and show her?
Ask the bailiff to carry it up there for you.
It's already pulled up. Save a lot of time rather than. And that's a case correspondence on 040726, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And in that paragraph, you'll see towards the right and middle, it states that victim, I believe it's the word victim, was penetrated with a can or cleaning bottle. It may not be verbatim, but it says something to that effect, correct?
Can you give me a moment to read it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's what I wanted for, so my back can I can do my morning streams in my hot tub. It worked really well for someone else who used to do that.
Okay, I've had a chance to review it. What was your question?
And does it say anything about penetration by a cleaning bottle?
Yes, it states that this is a conversation with Kelsey Miller, and it indicates that she informed me a cleaning bottle was used to penetrate the victim and was sprayed into her mouth and on her body.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Why do you want her to say that in front of the jury constantly? You're such an idiot. You're reminding them over and over and over again that she had a can inserted into her rectum. A can is quite big. You are absolutely disgusting, and I think you only do it because you get a sexual gratification out of it. He is. He has a lot of reasonable doubt so far. We might even, because it's a little bit shorter day today, we might even get to tomorrow, where his dad is going to be wired.
I'll take that back, please.
You'll have to return the laptop to the defendant.
And just for the record, that's not a positive conclusion. That's not something you analyze, correct?
Yes, that's correct. That was just getting some information on the case so that I had a direction to know what to do with the evidence that was submitted and what I needed to, or possibly where I should collect evidence from.
Thank you, Ms. Massagewski. I rest.
All right, so Mr. Yohn, can this witness be released from her witness subpoena with your further questioning?
I take that back. I apologize. I do apologize. Since you're here, and I want to go ahead and get you out of here, I want to touch base on the knife.
Okay.
Don't
And
touch
you obviously
bases.
tested that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And we spoke on touch DNA, such as me grabbing this napkin here, and it's logical to say that my touch DNA is there, correct?
Yes, every time you touch an item, you do leave behind some DNA. It's just a matter of whether it is enough DNA for us to be able to detect. We do have thresholds that need to be met when it comes to DNA. In previous examples, I've spoke of at least one contributor where there's evidence below our threshold that there may be someone else there, but we do have thresholds in place. So just because you touch an item doesn't mean I will always be able to detect that DNA on that item.
Okay, and do you have that report with you, or do you remember it?
Regarding the knife?
Yes.
Yes, I have it.
And that report, could you tell us the contributors on that report?
Yes, the swab that I received from the knife had a mixture of 2 people on it. There was a major contributor, which matched that of Christina Lohman. And then there was a low-level second contributor at one of the 23 locations that we test for, from which Timothy Schmidt cannot be excluded from. So he's included as a potential contributor.
Yeah, isn't it the Appalachians that splits rednecks and hillbillies? I'm not sure. Sue, is it the Appalachians or whatever that those mountains are called that splits? Because I think you're a hillbilly if you live where Valhalla lives, but you're a redneck if you live where Sue lives. Yes, I am master geography. It's because I listen to the expert.
Of that limited second DNA profile.
And you, the main standards you tested were the defendant and a co-defendant, right?
Correct.
And
I shouldn't say main. I mean, I tested a standard from, yes.
and out of them 2 people, there was no DNA on that knife from them 2.
That I could detect. Correct.
And I believe you tested the fabric from the chair.
Yes, I did test fabric from a chair.
And would that be the same results?
For the fabric from the chair, I did semen testing on that. I was looking for the presence of semen, and semen was not indicated on that sample.
Thank you. Ms. Massagewski, no test is perfect, correct?
I do have to be more specific.
I'll reword this. ISP Forensics Labs has issues just as other labs do, correct?
Objection, speculation.
You get either a red billy or a hill neck. It depends on who's the father. Well, and the brother and the cousin, because it stays in the family.
I'll overrule the objection.
I rest, Your Honor. This witness can be released.
I'm overruling
Yes.
the objection. You can have her answer if you like, Mr. Yohn.
Okay, excuse
Good
me, I
morning.
apologize.
You get a North Carolina.
Not every test can be for sure. True.
We have tests that are indicative tests. That means a sample is or like blood is indicated. It can possibly test or react with other things. So I don't know if you would say that's an imperfect test. It's just not a conclusive test. It gives an indication of a substance. With semen, we have indicative tests with semen, but then we also have a microscopic test where if I view sperm that is a conclusive test. I have visually seen the sperm and therefore I know semen is present. So when we're speaking in scientific terms, there's indication of substances. There's also conclusive results. As with DNA, DNA is what it is. The results I get are trustworthy, and I would say that they are perfect. What I see is actually what is there. In terms of your specific question, I'm not sure if I've answered that, but if you have anything further, go ahead.
Not yourself, but there are faults in analysts' testing. I mean, there are complications at times. There are testings that one may mess up on, situations in the lab where something may spill or an additive of solution is added and it is too much by accident. And
Yeah, but they discard that test. I don't know what I saw something on the line. If Turtle Boy is okay with it, I'm not one to it's for him to decide who he wants, and maybe he can get the mainstream media to pay a little bit attention to how he is being wronged by the state of Massachusetts. So I think it potentially could work out for him. I'm not the biggest fan of Sue. I think she hides behind her sexuality a lot whenever she gets criticized. But hey, if he thinks it's a great idea, I'm not one to tell him no. I'm really glad you're rewatching this. I wasn't here for the first time, but this is good entertainment. He is an absolute moron. I'm from East Tennessee and was thinking about saying that to chat. I'm a red billy with a hill neck. You should come to our next meetup.
If there are things that are done in the laboratory that affect results, we do have quality measures to deal with those, and those get indicated within the file. We do have what are called incident reports, that if there is something that were to happen in a case, it gets documented. Essentially everything we do is an open book, and all of our reports and things are reviewed by another qualified analyst when we are done. And again, if there was some sort of incident in a case, it gets reported within the case file, and that becomes part of the documentation of the case.
there is what there's called independent testing labs.
Yes, that's correct.
And sometimes there's testing that has been done at ISP that has faults or issues that people proceed to have independent testing done. Right?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
All right, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Massachusetts. I appreciate you coming today.
All right, Mr.
Hello,
Yohn, is your witness
Zachariah.
released from her witness subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right, so you are free to go with our thanks, Mr. Jones, unless you have any reader.
Well, that's why we are growing every single day on alternative media. Thank you all for getting me above 18,000 subscribers now. I couldn't have done it without Plevin. But that's why I got a little mad when people ran with that Koberger is sitting down and making an interview, because even though we are not bound by any ethics, we are just grifters. There was some people who just should have maybe double checked it a little bit, so we are not spreading fake news. And we've seen that a lot in the Can Reed case. It's the same. Oh, Bev is moving to take over the civil suit against Can Reed. No, she's not. It's already been confirmed who's the judge in that case. So just because she moved to that courthouse where maybe you can say she can influence the judge, but she's not taking over the case. There's a lot of rumors that start going before the truth get out there, and that's a big problem, because it's kind of like TMC or that stupid Fox News article or that weirdo I yelled at 2 weeks ago who didn't know anything about the case and called him James O'Keefe. I think a lot of people chooses us because we make it more entertaining, and we don't just go for the easy clickbait. Even though I used driller or killer in my dentist video today, which I thought was funny.
Yes, all right, so you are free to go. Thank you. If you could return to the bailiff the items that were passed up, you can look out, you can return those. Thank you.
This is the standby counsel.
Jones, next witness for the state,
People call Brian Long.
and Long. Clerk. Mr. Jones, when you're ready with your questions.
Thank you, Ryan. Can you tell us your name, please?
Brian Long.
What do you do for a living, Mr. Long?
I am a forensic scientist with the Illinois State Police at the Springfield Forensic Science Laboratory.
Is there a specific?
She can't. She can't take over. There is already a judge see that she's not going to do it. It's not going to do it. It's not going to happen. And she would probably also have to recuse herself because she has already been involved in the other case. And so relax, everyone. It's the same when everyone was yelling, the feds will save Karen Reed because Sean of the Gulf was running his mouth about it. Calm down. It's not going to happen.
Area that you specialize in?
Yes, I specialize.
It's already been confirmed. It's a Mr. I can't remember what his name is, who is on the case. Bev can't self-insert herself into this case again. It'll be too much, even for her.
In the examination of latent prints.
When we talk about latent prints, we're talking about fingerprints, the vernacular.
Yes.
In order to receive that position, to do that job, was there specialized training that you had to undergo?
Yes, there was.
Can you describe that for us?
It was a 2-year formal training program that went over the history of fingerprints, how fingerprints are developed in the womb, goes over how to process for fingerprints, comparing fingerprints, and then other things such as courtroom demeanor training, and that was mostly it.
After you completed that, during that 2-year training program, were there proficiency exams that you had to pass?
Yes, sir.
Did you pass all those?
Yes, I have.
And after you completed your training, was there also yearly or twice a year proficiency exams that you have to undergo to retain your position in the state ones in the Illinois State Police?
Yes, there's a annual proficiency exam that I have to take.
And have you passed every one of those proficiency exams?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, we'd ask that this witness be certified in the area of latent prints, specifically fingerprints.
Any objection, Mr. Young?
No, sir.
All right, the court will find this witness to be certified as an expert in latent prints.
Mr. Long, can you tell me what a fingerprint is?
A fingerprint is an impression that's left behind on something that comes from usually the distal end of someone's fingers.
So, because when you say latent print is what's left by the fingerprints that are on your hands. Is that fair to say?
Yes, if you touch something, it's possible that you're leaving behind some kind of residue, which I would call a latent print. Yes,
And everyone's fingerprints are different.
that's correct.
If you were given a latent print from a scene and a print from a suspect, are you able to look at those prints and determine if they're made by the same person?
Sometimes, but not all of the time. Yes.
When you're making that process, or when you're doing that process, tell me how you make that determination if it's made by the same person.
I do a side-by-side comparison of the latent print to someone's known prints, and I'm looking for the agreement in size, shape, spatial relationship of individual characteristics in both prints in order to make an identification.
In this case, were you first given an item and asked to determine if there were any latent prints on a particular item?
Yes.
And was that a 409 carpet?
Yes, that was one item.
And I'm handing this to have a bailiff hand you list and mark these people to free.
I don't watch Seinfeld. I don't know what the references are. But Zach does own a puffy shirt and a little sash. You can see him in his outfit on Arrested Development, where he wears it sometimes.
Was that the can that you were asked to determine if there were any latent prints on that can?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell me that process, how you look for latent prints on a physical item?
This particular item, it was a spray can. I took it out of the packaging and first did a visual examination to see if there were any prints that I could see prior to me doing any processing on it. After that, I attempted some processing techniques to try to develop latent prints on the item, such as superglue fuming, where fumes from superglue will adhere to any residue that's left behind on the item, making the prints more visible. After that, I applied powder using a brush, dusting for prints. And after that process, I applied 2 different dye stains and examined the spray can using both laser light and ultraviolet light, looking for the presence of latent prints.
When you did that process, were you able to find latent prints or any?
Yes, I was able to find one suitable latent print on People's Exhibit 3.
once you find that latent print, what's your next step in determining that comparison?
I then, once I've found the latent print, I then compare it to any known prints that are given to me.
And in this case, was there a known print from the defendant, Bradley?
Yes, there was.
Did you compare the latent print?
Your Honor, I object. I never received, Your Honor, I never received these reports. I do not have them in my possession. In approximately a little bit over a year and a half, I've still never received them.
Well, at this point, we'll ask the jury to step out. See what company available. Your objection began, you had not received these reports, so
No, Your Honor, I do not have these reports. I believe I'm entitled to them. I do not have them in digital either.
all right, Mr. Jones, care to respond?
Judges, discovery number 13 was provided to them with the date stamp 0484 defense copy. Show that the date stamp that shows that it was discovered to him. I would also point out to the court that the defendant asked for at one point an expert in money to hire his own expert fingerprints. So for him to suggest he doesn't have to report would seem to belittle his previous request that he wanted his own fingerprint expert to specifically confront information from Paul.
I apologize, Your Honor. I have a report as far as a laboratory report finding. I do not have any digital information. I do not have pictures of the print. I do not have any analyzation. All I have is just the report, Your Honor.
Analyzation. I don't have any analyzation. If you have a report there, analysis will be in there. That's why they analyze the findings and write a report. So the analyzations will be part of the analysis going into the report, which is the findings. Analyzation. Is that, yeah, is analyze, remember this is my third, well, hillbilly English, I don't think I'm speaking it correctly. Analyzation, isn't that totally not cromulent in this word, this sentence? I love that his assistant counsel is just playing on his phone and has zero interest in assisting. He can't do anything. He can't pull up a piece of paper and give it to him, because then he's acting in a... He has to be asked, the things he can do is say, hey, can I object to leading? Yes, you can. Okay, objection, leading. What's the right term? He can't do anything proactive. He can only react to information given to him or asked of him. Oh, thank you, Sue. Not even in redneck is it a word. Probably should have stayed in school. He misrepresented the, resubmitted it in one paperwork, and now this. I guess he needs it all spelled out for him. Yeah. The word of for yesterday was, what was yesterday? We had a word we were laughing about yesterday. Yeah, he can answer, but nothing proactive. So he can't even say, you do have that report. It's report 19 or whatever, or exhibit 19. He can't do anything. He can only answer him legal questions he is asked.
The report is not a full disclosure of discovery concerning this item. The report is simply the findings.
Privilege.
I'm sure I should be entitled to the rest. As
But that was he used that word correctly. It was just me who was too dumb to know that curtilage means the outside of your dwelling.
well, I've gotten everything else, I believe, except for report 12 in digital. That was the copies I had Mr. Nelson make earlier. They were digital copies. A simple report just tells that there was a finding, Your Honor. It don't give you any detail.
Does that report disclose what the finding was, Mr. Yohn?
Yes.
All right, so your objection is overruled. The items in the state's possession have been provided to you, being the report and conclusion therein. Are we ready to have the jury to return?
Everyone is a
to
declarant in everything.
further- Mr. Yohn, are we ready to have the jury
Hey,
brought
Holly.
back in?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Bailiff, please.
No, labia manure was that was day 2. That was word of the day on day 2.
Overruled. And so, Mr. Jones, if you would repeat the question, or
So labia manure
I'm not really sure where we were.
is a word.
I think where we left off was that you had found a latent print on that 409, that carpet cleaner can. And I had asked you if you had a comparison print from Bradley Yohn to compare the latent.
That's correct.
And you did have a comparison print from the defendant to compare the latent. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
When you compared the latent print that was found on that 409 can to the known standard, the print from the defendant, Bradley Yohn, what did you find?
I found that the latent print on the spray can in People's Exhibit 3 was made by the person whose fingerprints appear on the card marked Bradley S. Yohn.
In your role with the Illinois State Police, we talked about how in the first piece of evidence, you look for the latent prints yourself. Are there also occasions where latent prints are recovered by an agency and they are sent to you for comparison?
Yes.
In this case, did that happen as well?
Yes, it did.
Specifically, were there latent prints sent to you in digital format as well as friction ridge loops from the Illinois State Police from a Toyota Avalon found in control?
Yes.
I'm going to ask the bailiff to approach you with mark this People's Exhibit 13.
No one knows why the audio turns bad in this case.
Friction ridge lift, latent prints that you were provided from the Illinois State Police.
Yes.
Can you do it from the fingerprints, please? Specifically, in the file, was there a latent print on the exterior driver's door handle as shown in People's Exhibit 54, if you go to the next slide, and People's Exhibit 55?
What?
Yes, there were.
Oh, that's the
Did
door
you
handle.
compare the latent print that was found on the exterior door handle of that Toyota Avalon to the known standard from the defendant Bradley?
Yes, I did.
What did you find about the latent print on that Toyota Avalon to the print from the defendant Bradley?
I found that the latent print from the exterior door handle was made by the person whose prints appear on the card marked Bradley S. Yohn.
Was there also a palm print found on was there also a print found on the driver's side on the back passenger door?
Yes, there was.
Did you compare that print to the print on the card marked Bradley Yohn, the defendant?
Yes.
What did you find?
Listening, by the way, from my computer, I've never heard superglue is being used to find fingerprint. It's actually the fumes from superglue that, because if you expose that to it, it'll settle on the ridges, and then you can lift them off with the powder. So that's an old trick. If you watch, is it Poirot? No, I don't think it's Poirot. There's some crime show where they actually show it. Maybe it's that weird one where he takes off his glasses all the time. But it's the fumes from superglue you use to make them either more sticky or to appear easier. Oh, it's from Beverly Hills Cop. I knew it was a movie. It was discovered in the superglue factory as to how well it works. And it's really good if you want to remove them. You can just rip off your fingerprints. Not legal advice. Forensic files too. Interesting. I knew I saw it in a movie. I get all my information in a movie.
About the print on the driver's side back passenger door of that Toyota Avalon?
I found that latent print on the back passenger door was made by the person whose prints appear on the card marked Bradley S. Yohn.
On the left side of the door, on the passenger side of the car, in People's Exhibit 56, was there a palm print that was found?
Yes, there was.
And did you compare that palm print to a palm print on a card marked palm print of Bradley Yohn?
Yes, I did.
What did you find when you compared the palm print on the Toyota Avalon to the palm print on the card of Defendant?
I found that the palm print on the passenger side left of the door, that palm print was made by the person whose palm prints appear on a card marked Bradley S. Yohn.
Were you also asked to examine a knife to see if there are any prints that could be found on the knife?
Yes.
Now, when you looked at that knife, were you optimistic about getting prints from the handle of that knife?
Did I get a lollipop with that haircut? No, but we had a long discussion about, long and long. I go to a Turkish guy who does this in 2 minutes. Well, 5 minutes. He's a bit slow. Where we agreed that filler in lips and fake bolos are not worth it. So that's all we talked about, because someone just walked past the window who had some of those stone bolos where the nip-naps are placed on top. And I said, oh my God, that looked horrible. And because a lot of Danish people go to Turkey to get your plastic operations, and a few they might die from it because sanitary things. And he talked a lot about how he didn't like beauty operations. And I don't either. Natural is the way to go.
That's a bad question.
Fake eyelashes, as long as
When
it's
prints-
Jamie,
Is
it's
it
okay.
easier to get prints off of a smooth surface or a rough surface?
It is easier to find prints on a smooth surface.
And if its surface is rough, does it make it more difficult or more unlikely that prints will be left?
Yes.
Did you look at a particular knife in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you look at
She stopped looking human in the mid-90s.
the handle of that knife?
Yes, I did.
What did you find with regard to the handle of that knife?
That particular knife had like some kind of cord wrapped around the handle.
And in your experience with Illinois State Police, and specifically in the area of fingerprints, was that a good surface or a likely surface to contain prints?
The handle was not a good surface for me to find latent prints.
In fact, did you find any latent prints?
Objection, Your Honor. Grounds? This is irrelevant. There's been no test done there's been nothing concerning prints on a cloth corded handle. And we've already cleared up, there was no DNA from either defendant on this cloth corded handle. What is Mr.
There's only
Jones
one
getting at?
defendant in
Well,
this
I haven't
case.
heard any evidence about DNA on a cloth-covered handle, so the jury will be instructed to disregard your statement in that regard, but I will overrule your objection. Let me answer the question.
Were there any prints that you found on that?
No, there were no latent prints suitable for comparison on the knife.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Any cross-examination, Mr. Young?
In reference to that 409 can, you stated you observed a fingerprint, correct?
That's correct.
I can't hold that with one finger, Pat. It's not possible to hold that can with one finger, is it?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Relevance is there's alleged to be found a fingerprint on a can.
I'll overrule the objection. You may answer if you know.
Could be possible if you could balance it. Good at balancing.
And did you, in order to hold that can like I am right now, you would expect more than one fingerprint, correct?
I don't expect any fingerprints. I'm looking for some. I don't always find prints.
And on that can, you analyze the whole can,
sneezing.
the diameter of the can, where one would hold a can at, any spot on that can.
I love these. I love that he's always using the styrofoam cups, and I love that she looks at him like, "Oh my effing God!" And he is sitting there, signaling, "I have a migraine that's worse than any of those my ex-wife had." When I said, "Well, honey, it's Saturday," so I love these prosecutors.
I do see it possible that one can hold a can and drop it and there'll be prints left. I don't concede that.
You can also touch a can that's on the
question, Mr.
floor.
Yes, there is. Your Honor, I'm attempting to form it. I apologize. I find this pretty ridiculous. So I'm attempting to form it.
Objection, Your Honor.
Again, Mr. Yohn, you're to ask the witness questions.
Hey, therapist.
On that can, did you find any smears where there might have been fingerprints, where there might have been fingers holding it?
I didn't make note of that. I only make note of when I find a suitable print to compare.
And when I mean smears, I want to clarify, if I was to drop a can, the right thumbprint would have smeared potentially. You didn't find any of that and you didn't look for it, correct?
I didn't make a note of anything.
Objection speculating. We don't know he dropped a can. You could object to this one, prosecution. Wolfcut is like a mullet. Mullets are the rave.
Like that.
Thank you, Mr. Long. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor. We'd ask that the witness be released from the subpoena.
Mr. Young?
Yes, that's fine.
Needs to stay,
No, Your Honor.
so you may step down. Thank you. Thank you. You're released from your witness subpoena and free to go. Does the state have any further witnesses at this time?
No, Your Honor. At this point, the people would rest for this.
You're somewhat close to the noon hour and the people have now rested. Why don't we go to lunch until 12:45, it now being 11:15, before the jury is excused for the noon lunch break. I must admonish you that you are not to do any independent investigation or research on any subject, place, or person relating to the case. This means you're not to go outside the courtroom for any information concerning the case, parties, lawyers, issues, or terms used. The noon hour and jury is excused. Any independent investigation or research to include first parties for the such court hill. On jury instructions over the noon hour, Mr. Jones, are you ready to do a jury instruction conference?
Yes, Your Honor. We do have new copies from the copies we gave this morning. So there were a couple errors that we fixed.
All right, and Mr. Yohn, are you ready for the jury instruction conference?
If you would give us approximately 10 minutes, Your Honor, so I can confer with
Why don't we take a 15-minute recess?
Sheriff Wagner.
Oh, sorry.
In the courthouse right now.
Reconvene at 11:30 to begin that conference.
Just before we take a recess, obviously we're starting at 12:45. The defense.
Oh, vote. Yeah, of course, we finished direct test or this. Why can't I pull up the vote? What the hell's going on with YouTube? God dang it. Well, let's try and refresh it and see if it shows up again. There we go. Start a poll. State has rested. Did they prove it?
has asked that Heidi Young, Ilsa Terrell, and Tim Schmidt all either be kept under subpoena or subpoenaed. They are not in the courthouse right now. I don't, if he's going to call them as witnesses this afternoon or tomorrow, we need to know that so that we can have them here for that. So I need the court to inquire of him what he's planning on doing this afternoon so that we can make sure whatever witnesses he needs are here.
All right, so, Mr. Yohn,
Your Honor, I would be calling Ruth Bowden and Summers today, I believe. Or Sheriff Wagner, ex-Sheriff Wagner.
It's a beautiful
Bowden,
case.
Summers, and Wagner, those three.
Them are the potential witnesses today, Your Honor.
Them are not, they are. So go smack him and say, you give us rednecks a bad name.
So we'll be in recess at this point till 11:30. All right. So those are the three you are requesting. So as far as the 1.01, the jury instruction I read to the jurors prior to commencing trial, that will be provided to them in the packet that will not be reread to them. I'm sorry, that'll be 1.01A. As far as the instruction 1.01 proposed by the state, any objection to that being given, Mr. Yohn?
Which one was that, Your Honor?
1.01.
It's at the discretion of the judge. I believe it's with the laws you have in America granted to you by the Constitution. There should be cameras in every trial unless it's including minors or, well, at least there should be some censorship for graphic content. But some judges, we know it from the Koberger case, he didn't want it, and it depends. New York never has it. A lot of people are saying, well, we're going to follow AJ's case. Well, California almost never has it. So South Carolina, I don't believe, has it in every case either. But only opening and closings are ridiculous. You can, in some cases, they will have that there's like half an hour or an hour delay on when they're allowed to show it, so they can cut out if anyone is seen or if jury names are mentioned or anything like that. But this opening closing BS in the dentist case is just, the only thing I can say is, yes, I was right again when people told me this morning that it would be covered in full. Always trust the baker. Yeah, you don't have it in South Carolina.
1.01A is the preliminary cautionary instructions before opening statement. As previously stated, that one has already been given, will not be reread. The 1.01B implicit bias. The objection to that being given, Mr. Yohn?
No, not at all.
1.02. The objection to 1.02.
Judge, we've given two versions of that.
All right. There are two versions in the packet provided to the court and to the defendant. The difference being the second paragraph, and that will be depending upon your testimony, you're testifying or not. If you testify, then the first version would normally be given. If you exercise your right not to testify, then the second version would be given. Any objection to one of those instructions depending upon your choice to testify or not?
If I choose to testify, I would say that the second one, one second.
And remember, he told us on day one he would be testifying. Believe that.
Your Honor, if I choose to testify, I'd say that the second one be dismissed.
That would be what the instructions so instruct, yes. Okay, so no objection?
I'm not going to sit here for jury instructions.
These are
Just
hijacked.
Okay, yeah.
Well, for such, and so I want to kidnap you. Any objection?
jury instructions are boring. Is there anything he's going to yell about? Nope. Let's. Yeah, but it's rarely.
Pro se with standby counsel. The people have rested. Mr. Jones, anything further on behalf of the people at this time?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so the case is going to move over to your side, Mr. Yohn. You do not have to present any evidence.
Your Honor,
Well, at this point, they should have proven it to you, or you will have to say not guilty at the end, because the state won't. Well, they might put on a rebuttal, but at this point, they have provided all the evidence that that you're going to get from them. We will ask again when the defense has closed if he has moved the needle either back or forth. But right now, if you have any reasonable doubt, you have to find him not guilty.
All right. However, if you would like to do so, you can do so at this time. Are you intending to call witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. However, I have an issue.
Microphones here.
He has an issue.
Anything about the mics? Mr. Young, could you talk into your microphone, see if it's going to give us feedback?
Yes, Judge, I have a.
All right. Yes.
Your Honor, I have an issue to take up. I conferred with Mr. Nelson about getting some documents printed off real quick for exhibits. He stated, well, he was going to attempt to do it within about 5 minutes, but he said it'd probably take about a bit longer, approximately 15 to 20. If he's willing to do that, I was going to see if maybe the court could recess for an additional few minutes so that I could get these exhibits printed off that I've been trying to get printed off for months.
We'll recess to 1 o'clock to attempt to allow that to occur, Mr. Young, but we're inconveniencing the jury for being here, and I want to limit that inconvenience as much as possible, so I don't expect.
Well, he doesn't have the paperwork, and Mr. Nelson didn't print it to him. Mr. Nelson is an asshole. He's really not good.
This to occur repeatedly.
No, sir.
So come prepared for the trial, but we will reconvene at 1 o'clock. Be in recess.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. This session.
Why does it?
Did you get the reports printed out you needed in
No,
exhibits?
Your Honor, I did not. I only was able to get a few of them printed out, and I still need to set up a monitor to display these exhibits too. I talked about this days ago. I'm going to need a little bit of time to be prepared. I'd hope to go ahead and get this over with, but I mean, I have to be able to do certain things in order to, Mr. Nelson was only able to obtain about approximately 14, 15 copies.
How much more time do you perceive that you're going to need, Mr. Young?
Half an hour and 40 minutes. I apologize, Your Honor.
Don't apologize. Do.
Not much I can do about it.
And there's plenty that should have been done before this time, Mr. Young. The time for trial prep is before trial, but I will recess for 30 minutes. You get done and ready to present your case, because we're going to do that in 30 minutes, sir. We'll be in recess till 1:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. This session.
Yep, there's a lot of skipping today.
Appearing for the people, Mr. Young, 7 or so in the afternoon, and Mr. Young, and are you going to be, have the jurors brought back in, please? In the jury box, and Mr. Young, all right, if we could have Officer Ruth, see over here to my right, the witness stand.
She's a hefty woman.
There you go. All right, Mr. Young, when you're ready with the questions.
Your Officer Ruth Bowden, correct?
Yes,
Would you state your name and credentials for the record, please?
it's Ruth Bowden. I'm a deputy with Evans County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been with the County Sheriff's Department?
Approximately 19 and a half years.
And you were employed as a street deputy in this current moment.
Correct.
And on November 9th of 2021, you were doing the same occupation, or were you in a different?
Same patrol deputy.
You're obviously familiar with the matters we're here on today, November 9th of 2021. And you were to be the first deputy on scene to an alleged home invasion and sexual assault, right?
There were two of us deputies that arrived approximately the same time, Sergeant Joe Lohmeyer and I.
Do you remember who arrived first?
No, it would have been within a minute or two of the same.
Could you also relate to us the other officers that come in behind you?
I couldn't. There was a lot. I don't know exactly who all was there. It'd be on our dispatch ticket.
We are now in Bradley Yohn's case in chief.
Yes, yes, I understood.
Yes, the state did rest. He forgot to say, can I please get this case dismissed, Your Honor, because they don't have any proof against me. But hey, He can't know everything. Oh, this lady, I bet you she makes a wonderful breakfast and she could kick your ass after. She looks like a granny who can take care of things.
Summers sound familiar. Deputy Miller,
I believe they were there at some point. I don't know exactly when.
you're not for sure. Sergeant McMahon.
I believe he was there. Mhm.
Um, upon arriving to the scene, what did you proceed to do once you arrived there?
Sergeant Lohmeyer and I talked to the initial caller, Timothy Schmidt.
And where did you talk to him at?
I believe we initially talked to him, I think it was outside towards the garage area or the driveway maybe.
Upon speaking to him, what did he relate to you?
Just pretty much what he had relayed to the dispatch center, that there was some sort of incident that happened involving his wife, where she was hijacked in her vehicle, sexually assaulted, and some things were stolen from their house, and a vehicle was also stolen.
And could you relate to those of us here today your further proceedings after that, what you did upon talking to Mr. Smith?
I don't understand the,
After you talked to husband, Mr. Smith, what did you proceed to do after that time?
I mean,
Did you enter the home?
yes, we eventually did enter the home.
And eventually, could you, to the best of your recollection, do you remember approximately how long after you arrived, how long after you talked to Mr. Smith did you enter the home?
I don't, to be honest.
Not even an estimate.
I'm not real sure.
It could have been a half an hour.
I don't believe it'd be that long.
And when you entered the home, what did you observe when you entered the home?
I know when we walked through the garage, the open garage, and then there was a walk-through door to enter the house. There was a damage to the door, and there was shoe print on the door. Obviously, it appeared if it was kicked in. As we entered the home, we entered into, I believe it was the kitchen area, and there was an elderly female sitting on the ground inside. There's like an open concept floor plan inside kind of the kitchen into the living room area.
And in reference to the elderly female sitting inside, where was she sitting?
I believe, so it was an open concept, so I believe it was kind of where the kitchen and the dining room meet. Kind of, I think they had different floor surfaces, if I remember correctly, so into the kind of living room area.
Do you remember any object or piece of furniture she was sitting by?
I believe she was pretty near a chair, and then there were some sofas in there too, if I recall.
Okay. And in your report, I have your report here. In your report, you wrote that CL was on the floor and had to have help getting up from that floor.
At one point she did, yes.
And specifically, you stated that she, and I quote, appeared upset and later needed help getting up. Would that be a correct assumption that she later needed help getting up?
I don't think she needed help right away. I think, eventually at some point.
But deputies did help her up.
Yeah, I don't recall who did, but somebody did, yes.
Do you recall where they helped her up to?
I don't.
And I want to ask about the clothing she was wearing when you entered the home. To the best of your recollection, do you remember what clothing she was wearing?
I don't.
Was she naked potentially? Or?
No, she would have had clothing on. I just don't remember the exact garments.
Was she naked potentially? Words you put together wrong way round sometimes. Right?
I don't.
And you did not help her up to the couch?
No.
She has the look of a. I could see her in an apron in a kitchen, taking a good cake out of the oven. Not something fancy, but something solid, grandma-like. She looks like a good, sturdy woman.
What steps did you take after entering the scene and upon seeing her on the floor?
I don't understand what.
When you entered the scene,
What?
what steps did you further take?
In terms of.
Securing the scene, speaking to anyone?
Okay. I know we entered, and I know Sergeant Lohmeyer had spoken to Christina. She was visibly upset, crying, and she had just kind of given us a kind of fragmented statements on what had happened initially.
And do you recall deputies having to assist Loman CL off the floor due to any certain reason?
I don't know. I don't know what.
You stated you arrived within minutes of Deputy Lohmeyer. On the call for service sheet, I believe it states 6:27. I'd like to ask you, in your profession, what is an administrator?
In terms, usually it's one of the more head
Officer, in terms of
administrator and officer.
Yeah, so like in your ranks, in your level, is there such a thing called an administrator?
Well, administrator usually is a higher level. Like in ours would be like the sheriff, chief deputies, sergeants.
And were there any administrators local?
If we're referring to the same thing, like a Sergeant Lohmeyer would have been the patrol, administrator, if you will.
And there were no other administrators there throughout this time. You obviously stayed around the scene till I believe it was approximately 9 p.m., a little bit after.
Okay.
Were there any other administrators there during this time?
If you're speaking of higher ranking people, yes, I believe I did see the sheriff there at one point, Sheriff Wagner. And I know Sergeant McMahon was there, Sergeant Lohmeyer. And I don't remember if anybody else of the higher ranking were there that I recall.
Outside of police and law enforcement, were there any other people present?
At points, yes.
And do you remember what point this was?
I know when we initially got there, from what I recall, it was Sergeant Lohmeyer and I, and then Timothy Schmidt, who resides there, and also his wife. And I know at some point, I believe it was a few of her daughters arrived. I don't know the times, but they were there at some point.
Pretty close to.
I don't think it was really very long, but
You say you observed an elderly woman on the floor and she was frantic or giving frantic responses. Obviously, the floor is not a comfortable position. Is there a reason that y'all didn't immediately help her up or get her to a safer and more comfortable position?
Yeah.
don't recall.
And you relate in your report here that she was helped up to a couch. Can you shed some light on that?
If I had it in there, that must have been what happened, but I don't really recall what she was up to.
And just based on your recollection and the floor plan, knowing the floor plan, about how far do you think that couch was from that position she was seated on the floor?
If I had to guess in feet, maybe 6 to 8 feet, roughly, give or take.
And you spoke to Tim.
Just because you are not on his high level IQ, he'll show you down the road. It's you have to really hang in there. I know a lot of people will not believe that he is, but he is really getting somewhere, and you can hear it because he's getting a lot of answers from this lady saying, "I don't know. If I put it in my report, yeah. What did I do? I don't know. What my supervisor told me." All of this are very, very, very groundbreaking testimony.
Schmidt, and you probably heard some things.
She looks like my grandma.
I want to talk about further procedure you took in this incident. This is a very big incident in the area, and it's commonly known. So I would expect an officer of law to maybe remember a bit of procedure they took. And I'd ask you further to provide any recollection.
First of all, he's editorializing. I would expect it was a big thing, so people should remember what steps they took and the procedures. And this is a beat cop. She gets a call, "Hey, you have to come out here and help us with this." Sure. When she arrives, she said, what am I gonna do? Can you come in and help us pick this lady off the floor? Yeah, sure. Can you go outside and make sure no one enters the crime scene? Yep. And then she go home and write in her report, "I was at the crime scene, helped the elderly woman up. She seemed distraught. Then I stood outside, make sure no one came in." She's not the one you want if you want to solve procedures. No, you ladies are very, very, very anti-Yohn, and I won't stand for it. That's misandrist.
Any recollection of procedure you took upon and after speaking to CL and Timothy Schmidt?
What?
I know Sergeant Lohmeyer was there, who was my supervisor. So I know he spoke to her more in depth than I did. And I know I did walk, I kind of, did check around the area. I know walked around with Timothy at one point.
In the area, you mean the home?
The
or
residence.
outside?
The residence.
Residence. Okay. And did Officer Lohmeyer leave quickly, or did he hang around the scene himself?
He was there quite a while.
Quite a while. So you proceeded to look around the home and probably a form of securing it and looking to see what had been ransacked or went through.
I know Timothy had kind of showed me around to, show me things that were kind of askew or out of the ordinary of the way they would have left it.
In reference to askew, the word you use, the words askew and out of the ordinary, not the way that he would have left them. You obviously entered the scene not too long after the 911 phone call. The 911 phone call was alleged to be at 6:09 and you arrived at 6:27. When you walked around the scene, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
I know when we initially got there, there was a garage, initially by the driveway, there's like a patch of grass and there was car tracks through it, which was kind of odd. And there was items on the garage floor, kind of almost in a pile. And then of course, as we walk through the garage door into the house area, there's a shoe print on the door, which, is kind of odd. And there was damage to the door and door jamb. And as we walk in, of course, there's some things in the kitchen. I think a drawer had been gone through. There was a knife on the floor in the kitchen. And there was also a spray bottle of cleaner that was on the ground. And the house appeared to be a very, clean house. So that seemed odd to me, in my initial contact.
When you say it appeared to be very clean, it wasn't cluttered or messy?
Not in my opinion. It seemed to be a clean house other than the things that looked out of the ordinary to me, just in first contact.
And you come to the conclusion in your report that one of the kitchen cabinets had been gone through, correct?
I believe I had that in there, yes.
That you know how many appeared to be gone through?
I don't.
Was it several, just a singular?
I don't know if I had it in there, but.
I don't believe you did. I just wanted to inquire.
Okay, I'm not sure, yeah.
And you also stated there was a knife on the floor and a can of cleaner.
Correct.
The word ransack, I'd like to ask you,
Oh, you're going to meet his dad tomorrow. He's not that worried.
do you know the word ransack?
I do.
Could you relay that, based on your opinion, what ransack means?
Something when it's ransacked, if it's an orderly house, it would be things thrown, possibly, out of drawers maybe, or maybe food on the ground, maybe paperwork, mail thrown on the ground, things of that nature.
And ransack is similar to what you stated. Ultimately, it is search thoroughly and to plunder.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
It also stated to be ransacked.
So he looked up the definition of ransacked. Oh my God, you're an idiot. You're such an idiot.
Your Honor.
All right, you need to ask the witness questions rather than making statements, though, Mr. Young, so I'm going to sustain the objection and move on with questioning your witness.
And husband Schmidt, he pointed out all of these things to you. Do you remember what he pointed out specifically?
I can't remember if he pointed out the kitchen itself. That was visible right when you walked in. I know we did walk through the house at a little bit later time, and he showed me a bedroom, which I remember he said, I believe some drawers were gone through something, and there was if I recall, a liquor bottle that was pushed over in a wallet out of a drawer, and I think there was some jewelry taken, he had informed me. And then we did walk down to the basement. They have a large open basement, and he advised in the middle section of the basement there were lots of drawers that were gone through and pulled out, which wasn't normal. And then also along a different wall, there's a wall safe, and he advised somebody must have moved. I think there was a piece of wood in front of it, and it was moved, and he believed somebody tried to get into it.
And that basement, did that basement appear as a normal living area? One that someone occupied regularly?
That I don't really recall that part.
It wasn't cluttered or potentially used as a storage spot?
I honestly don't remember.
You're obviously familiar with guns, correct, as an officer. Did you see any gun paraphernalia?
I don't remember that.
Mr. Schmidt, he, as you relayed in your report, he pointed out that lights had been turned on, cabinets opened in the kitchen, and the safe. Does that seem to be accurate?
I don't believe the safe was opened, from what I recall.
I apologize. He just pointed out the safe, and that's what you referenced.
He did, yeah, he did show me where the safe was in the basement, but it did seem like it was access to him.
And did Mr. Schmidt relate to you anything that he knew was missing?
I believe he said something about some jewelry in one of the bedrooms he took me into. And I know, I want to say that's all he knew for sure was missing at that time. I know, at that time, we wouldn't have been able to go through the whole house or inventory anything specifically, but.
And by the time of your concluding of walking through the scene, the time you were done walking through the scene, could you give a brief estimate on how long you think you've been there?
I have no idea.
And while you were doing this assessment of the home, do you recall where Officer Lohmeyer was?
He, I believe, stayed up with Christina upstairs.
And during the concluding of your observation of the house being taken around the house, when you come back up, you obviously come back upstairs, correct?
Yes.
And it was you, Lohmeyer, Timothy, and CO, correct?
Yes, and there might have been more people there by that point. I don't remember when other people came.
And to try to help shed some light, once you arrived on the scene, did you do this assessment promptly? Was it a while after?
I know, obviously, we had talked to him outside for a few minutes and then went inside, and I know Christine had given a few just fragmented statements, and I know Sergeant Lohmeyer stayed up with her, and then Timothy had kind of showed me around. It wasn't really long after we got there that I walked with him throughout.
CL eventually went to the hospital, correct?
Yes.
And was that while you were there?
Yeah, I think she did go when I was still there.
And do you recall who took her?
I'm not 100%. I thought she went with her husband, but I'm not 100% on that.
Yeah, that is what's in your report. I just wanted to make sure. Do you recall approximately what time she left for the hospital?
No, I don't.
It was maybe a while after you were there?
It had been a while, yes.
And did you say 45 minutes, hour?
I really don't know because
Just an estimate.
I don't know.
And when she left for the hospital, there was obviously others there, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall who may have been there then?
There was a lot of people there. I couldn't tell you every person, no. If with our dispatch tickets, though, any officers would have been, that would be on the dispatch ticket.
I find it hard that you don't remember.
Objection, Your Honor.
But he has made some very poignant points that she arrived at the scene and she did testify what she wrote in her report. I think that's raising a lot of reasonable doubt here. They do that in most cases.
Argument.
Sustained. And do you recall anybody in the home as far as the rest of the people who were there?
At different times, yes.
Different times, such as maybe after you did your assessment of the scene?
Yes.
And in particular, was there a daughter there that went through the home looking for things for the declarant or victim CL?
I know there were, I believe, at least two of the daughters showed up.
And what were they doing? while
She's
they were
not the
there?
declarant.
I mean, they were in the house. I didn't, keep track of them completely.
It's a pretty big house, correct?
Correct.
And they were not in your sight at all times.
No, they wouldn't have been.
And you remained on the scene until CSI Field arrived, true?
I was there, yes.
And could you tell me how you proceeded after that?
Yes, his
with-
points are poignantly pointed
In
points.
reference to this whole night, what did you proceed to do after that time?
I know Sergeant Lohmeyer contacted her when she got there. She proceeded to take evidence and do what she needed to do with her.
It's very important that we get to the fact about the daughters, because he's going to call one of the daughters and ask her a lot of stupid questions where you will be chewing your teeth, gnashing your teeth so much that you might even grind them to dust. He's an absolute idiot, if no one has recognized that yet.
Protocols.
And you just hung around and secured the scene, or
I stayed there, yes.
you, approximately how long did you stay there? I mean,
I have no idea.
you don't,
It'd be on the dispatch ticket, any information of my whereabouts.
you would give me one moment. And you are S11, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall if it was later in the night that you left? Was it early in the AM of the next day?
I know I was there for quite a while, and then I was instructed at one point to go to Blessing Hospital for, I believe, the crime scene tech for the state. I believe it was Brandy Field, in reference to some shoe prints, shoe impressions.
Yes. That was quite a bit later.
It was a while, yeah, after she got there. She went and kind of did what she needed to do, and then I was told to go to the hospital to meet with a couple of subjects and take some photos to forward to her.
When you say she did what she had to do,
I can't remember if he does.
that's obviously taking pictures and analyzing a scene for forensics. Was she done by the time you went to obtain these pictures?
No, she wouldn't have been.
And that knife that was on the floor, do you recall what it looked like?
I don't, just a knife, but I don't remember details of it.
Just a simple knife, kitchen knife?
I believe it was a kitchen knife.
Potentially maybe even a meat carving knife,
I don't know much about knives, to be honest, kitchen knives.
but it did appear to be a regular kitchen knife.
Correct.
And the spray can on the floor, do you remember what location that was in? Whereabouts it might have been?
It was somewhere in the kitchen. Like I said, it was an open concept. From what I recall, it was in the kitchen close to where the living room area would be.
So in the potential center median of a walkway, maybe.
I don't remember that part.
What? Potential center medium of the walkway. I think if I ever rewatch this trial, I need to be in a state where drugs are legal. Because maybe it makes sense if you do drugs in the center medium of the walkway. It's an open floor kitchen and dining room. It has no walkway. It's just a floor. It's not like there's a designated place. Yeah, there's furniture standing there. But, oh, Jeepers Christ. The husband wasn't at home. He was at work.
Give me one moment. You obviously were directed to go to Blessing Hospital and take shoe prints.
We didn't have living color in Denmark.
Apologize.
We don't even have SNL.
It was several. It might have been 2, 3, 4. It was more than one. I do know that. And I just took photos of them. I didn't.
And what did you proceed to do with the photos?
I forwarded them to my supervisor, or a supervisor. I believe I sent them to Sergeant Jake McMahon.
And if you recall, were there any Nikes in the shoes?
I don't recall.
As I stated earlier, there was a 911 call made. You're obviously aware of that, or else you would not have responded to the scene, correct?
Correct.
And are you aware that CL denied services?
Objection, Your Honor. Assume this fact's not in evidence and call for hearsay.
Coke Ferry, you are smarter than I am.
Are you aware that CL denied services in such a call?
I'm not sure what your question.
Are you aware that CL denied ambulatory services when someone made a phone call?
Oh, I'm not aware.
I have to Google ambulatory. Ambulatory generally means capable of walking and moving around. In a medical context, it often refers to patients who are not confined to bed and can walk, or to care provided to such patients. It can also describe something that is not fixed and that can be altered. So, does he mean ambulance? That she doesn't want it? She didn't want the ambulance to take her to the hospital. Is that what he? Because ambulatory means in Denmark, that's if you just go in and get something done and go back home, or you have to stay in contact. You have to go get your stitches removed. Something where you're not admitted. What? But she's not denying ambulatory services, because she's denying being taken to the hospital with an ambulance. That's not ambulatory services. Yes, a lot of police officers do that if they are on the job. They'll show up. Some of them will even carry pew-pews in court. I like it when she says she doesn't understand the question. He asks it slower. Nobody. She doesn't understand your question because you talk too fast. She doesn't understand because she's not an idiot. Yeah, outpatients. That's ambulatory. That's if someone comes home to you and wash a wound, but that's not what she denied. It was being taken to the hospital by an ambulance. Are we done yet?
And
Thank you.
I want
Someone
to go back a little bit. in reference-
It's
in
my
reference
high
to
blood
CL.
pressure.
She was sitting on the floor. How did she appear other than frantic? Physically, how did she appear?
She was sitting kind of odd with her legs to the side. I do remember that. And I mean, appeared she'd been crying. It just didn't seem real happy. I mean,
Yeah.
I had never met her before, but she seemed distraught, in my opinion.
And you stated in your report, I apologize, I'm going to go back one more time. In reference to the cabinet, you stated that there was a kitchen cabinet that had been gone through. Could you describe that?
I don't recall.
Was it an open door or a drawer maybe?
Whatever's in my report, I don't recall the exact details.
While you were there, while CL was still on the floor, or after being helped up to the couch, did you observe any blood?
Are you asking on her or in the area or?
On her or in the area anywhere?
I do remember what appeared to be a reddish smears. There was a green fabric chair, which would have been in between the kitchen area into the living room. So it would have been slightly into the living room area. And there were some reddish smears kind of below it, kind of in front of it below.
I apologize for trying to go in depth. Your
Yeah.
report is very minimal. It's
Objection, Your Honor.
Grounds.
Argumentative, calling the report minimal.
All right. So if we could ask the witness questions, Mr. Yohn.
yes, sir. Did it appear she was bleeding a lot?
I don't know if she was bleeding. I just said I saw
He
red smears. I'm not sure if it was blood or not.
It probably wasn't enough to certify that it was blood, correct?
I don't know.
she doesn't know you, Pillock. She said it was red smears. Ask again.
And you talk about the chair, the green plaid chair. Was there any blood on that chair?
I don't know if there was blood, but there was like a discoloration on it.
Remind the jury again what you did.
If I could, I'd like to present a couple exhibits of said chair. If possible.
Are you needing the bailiff to take those to
Yes,
the
please.
witness? Okay.
This would be a close-up of the chair and.
Judge, can we get the exhibit number?
Do you have these labeled as defendant's exhibits, Mr. Yohn?
No.
On the,
Exhibit number 74.
When I'm 64. Ba ba da ba ba be ba da ba. La da dee da da ba ba da ba
They
da
are under
ba da ba da ba ba. Bum 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 ba da ba da ba.
image 2341 and 2340.
all right, have you marked on the documents handed to the witness, defendant's exhibit?
No, Your Honor, I did not have time. However, I do have them marked here in digital. And I have provided the images with state's attorneys also.
We can have the bailiff return the exhibits to Mr. Yohn so he can mark them as trial exhibits, defendant exhibit, and what exhibits. And Mr. Bailiff, on the document you're going to be handing to the
Number one,
witness,
do you remember that chair?
Yes,
And is that the green plaid chair you were speaking of?
it appears to be. These are black and white, but I believe it's the same pattern.
And Your Honor, may I admit these into evidence?
any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so defendants number 1 and number 2 are admitted with no objection.
Your Honor, here is 2339. And that would be one of the exhibits you hold in your hand, correct?
Correct.
And that would be the other one, 2345.
Correct.
And does there appear to be any blood there?
I don't know if it would be blood, but it appears to be a discoloration.
You stated that officers helped her to the couch upon getting off the floor, correct?
Somebody did, yes.
And you stated that she was bleeding also, or it appeared that she was bleeding, correct?
I don't know if she was bleeding or not.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to present exhibits 3 and 4.
The bailiff will take exhibits 3 and 4 in defense to the witness. Thank you.
And is that the couch that you remember?
Yeah, I believe that was on a far wall, like opposite wall from the chair.
Approximately 6 to 8 feet, as you stated, away from the chair.
I'm going to guess that, yes.
And doesn't appear to be any blood on that couch, does there?
I can't tell. There's a dark colored, it's like a blanket there, so I don't know what's under the blanket, but
Your Honor, first I have a couple questions. In reference to her seated on that couch, you said you'd obviously been there for a while, correct? You've been on the scene for a while, you stayed there for quite some time.
I was there for some time.
So you were in and out, and after she was helped up off the floor to the couch, you probably observed her on the couch at times.
It's something.
And did she appear to be relaxed and seated back, or was she
I don't recall that.
tense, straight?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? Do you recall what end of the couch you may have been sitting at from memory or even from your pictures?
I really don't recall.
Your Honor,
Why is she calling this witness?
place the exhibits into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
To defendants exhibits number 3 and 4 are admitted without objection.
And
Yeah, because it couldn't have
That
been
would be the
him
couch
inserting
there,
a can in her behind if she can get off
That
the
is the same
floor.
one as the photos. It's the same one as the photos.
And that one would also be.
Yes, it is.
Oh, there's no blood on the couch. That's why. Why is there?
And there's
What the
no
hell?
coloration that you can determine there, correct? I apologize, the screen's a bit,
What's this? Is that a mop? Oh, it's a box of tissues and a. I thought it was a like a mop for the floor. I thought, what the hell?
bit different than normal. But you obviously.
I don't see anything right there now.
See you soon.
Clarify that you were there long enough that she left for the hospital and you were still around the scene, obviously walking through or doing what y'all had to to secure the scene. After she raised up off that couch, did you see any discoloration or blood or anything?
I don't recall.
But if it was red, you would have probably noticed it, correct?
I might have.
Thank you. I'd like to speak on the home overall. You observed the home, so you could tell that there was obviously an abundance of items there, correct?
It was a large house.
And some, maybe even a lot being breakables, true?
I don't recall.
Were there a lot of glass, figurines, ceramic potentially?
I don't recall.
Based on your observing of such scene, it did not appear to be dirty, as you stated earlier, true? It did not appear to be dirty?
There were sections that were, not to the normal, but the overall house seemed to be pretty clean.
The overall house seemed to be pretty clean. What sections you would probably say the kitchen and the bedroom appear not to be normal?
I would say the kitchen with the knife and the carpet cleaner lying on the ground did not appear normal. And in the basement with some of the drawers open did not appear to be normal.
If you would give me just one moment, please. You say there were several. Home appeared to be as if it was lived in. True.
Correct.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
And you did say there were several on scene, including family. Taking into account you being first on scene, being there until approximately 9:30 p.m. or even later, you were of knowledge of people being in scene and their interaction.
Objection asked and answered.
You're of knowledge of their interaction with the scene,
Of whose?
deputies, the daughters.
I mean, I don't know what everybody was doing at all times, if that's what you're asking.
What was anybody doing?
I can count for myself. I know there was other people on scene.
And I'm gonna read off a list of persons, and you.
She just said she doesn't know about anyone else but herself. She doesn't need to read off a piece of. You don't need to read the list of who did what at the scene. Are you trying to imply that they bled on the floor? That they put your thumbprint on the can that was inserted in this old woman's anus? Please run into a wall and move on.
Acknowledge if these were in fact there. Heidi Young would be a daughter.
I
You may
believe
not know
so.
her by name, but she was there.
I believe she was.
And Ilsa Terrell,
I believe she
another
was.
daughter. Lohmeyer,
Yes. Sergeant Lomeyer was.
Sergeant Lohmeyer, Sheriff Wagner, who was sheriff at the time,
Correct.
Chief Deputy Goodwin, or was it Smith?
I'm not sure about them.
Yourself,
Correct.
Deputy Sergeant McMahon,
Yes.
husband Schmidt,
Who?
husband Tim Schmidt,
Timothy Schmidt, yes.
Deputy Shoney,
Yes.
Kelsey Miller.
Investigator Miller. Yeah, she was there at one point.
Yes, I apologize. And
Don't apologize, just
also
move on, you
Deputy
idiot.
Shackleton was there.
I don't believe so.
Deputy Bowden, you secured the scene, true? You secured the scene.
I didn't, just myself. I know Sergeant Lohmeyer was there. and
William
other people came
Spire.
later.
Give
I
him
wanna
a
ask
wet
you
one
once
from
more,
all of us.
You're aware of the claims CL
Kiss, a wet
such
kiss.
as home invasion, hijacking, kidnapping, among others, correct?
Correct.
And sexually assaulted number of times, throwing downstairs. Would I be correct in assuming throwing downstairs?
I didn't talk to her myself very much. I know Sergeant Lohmeyer did, and that's why in my report I know I had to refer to his.
Though you don't know, I would like to ask, did she appear, CL was a 77-year-old woman. Did she appear to be thrown downstairs?
I don't know.
Deputy, these are some very serious claims. They're extremely serious. You yourself, did you urge CL to go to the hospital?
Did I urge her? No, when we get on scene, we're concerned obviously about her safety with the allegations. And also we're trying to get information about a suspect. Because obviously if there's suspects out, we're concerned about the safety of the public in general.
I have just a few more questions, Deputy Bowden. In Adams County, what is the standard procedure in securing a crime scene such as this?
I know we get there and I generally do whatever my supervisor tells me to.
Do you all tape the scene off? Do you all block the scene out from other intruders or persons entering?
I know I do whatever my sergeant asks me to, whatever their protocol is.
And that night, what did your sergeant ask you to do?
We were just there by ourselves initially, so we went inside and obviously spoke to her briefly and talked to Timothy Schmidt, the caller.
And your sergeant was?
Sergeant Joe Lohmeyer.
I don't know. I really don't know where he's going.
Deputy, it interests me that approximately 10 people were in this scene, this very serious and heinous scene.
Objection, Your Honor.
The scene is not heinous. The scene is not serious. The crime is heinous. The crime is serious. The crime scene is just a crime scene. Oh, luckily we're done soon, so me and Molly can go out and have some fresh air and get out of this. You are an idiot sandwich. What about when it speaks to you? Yeah, that's. Ooh, then you have to be scared.
Question?
I'm asking a question.
No, you're not.
Is that proper?
I'm not sure. Like I said, I follow what my sergeant tells me to do.
And ISP, Bradyfield ISP, she arrived around 9 p.m.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure? Where was the proper procedure in this matter?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Where was the
Any
proper
objection?
procedure at in this
I'm just
matter?
not aware of what that would be, Mr. Yohn.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Any cross?
No, Your Honor.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
I'd ask that she be released from her subpoena at this point, Your Honor.
Mr. Yohn, any reason why this witness did not be released from her witness subpoena?
No, sir.
All right. Released from your subpoena and are free to go. You have the next, I'm sorry, you have the next witness, right?
Your Honor, I'd ask that this one may take quite a while.
We've still got quite a while. We can get started.
It's not going to take quite a while.
No. By Lori R. Available.
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor.
All right. That's the American in 21 a little early.
Sorry.
Not a
No,
problem.
we,
We were starting a little early.
it's my fault.
It's like 45.
All right, so we'll be back on American in 21 CF 715, People versus Bradley Yohn. All parties and counsel previously mentioned are present. The jury is not present. Mr. Yohn, you were calling your next witness, say Sheriff Wagner, correct?
Yes, ex-Sheriff Wagner, Mr. Rich Wagner.
All right, is ex-Sheriff Rich Wagner available?
Not to my knowledge, Your Honor.
All right.
Your Honor, he had a subpoena to be here that was delivered to him.
Okay.
If I may, I have the bill of approach with the speed.
Sure. Let's take a look. All right, Mr. Yohn has passed up a subpoena that is People of the State of Illinois versus Bradley S. Yohn, 21 CF 715. Reads, People of the State of Illinois to the Sheriff of Adams County, greetings to Sheriff Rich Wagner, Adams County, Illinois. We command you, each of you personally, to be and appear before the said court in courtroom number blank at the courthouse in Quincy forthwith on the blank day of blank AD 2000 blank at the hour of blank .m to testify and the truth to speak in relation to a certain matter in controversy now pending and undetermined in said circuit court between the people of the state of Illinois, plaintiff and Bradley Scott Yohn, defendant blank at the instance of said blank, laying aside all pretense and excuses whatsoever under penalty of what the law directs, issued by Lori R. Gershwandner, clerk of the Circuit Court of Adams County, this 10th day of July 2023. It indicates that there was service on Rich Wagner on July 11th of 2023 by Tony Grouton.
No, the court sent them a subpoena that he had to be there on blank day at blank time. That's a lot of days you have to be there. On none of the days you have to be there.
Sheriff. And by Caleb, I can't read the last name, but number 39 deputy. So Mr. Yohn, how was Sheriff or retired Sheriff Rich Wagner to know what day and time he was to appear to testify pursuant to this subpoena, given there's no date and time on it?
Obviously, you would, Your Honor. We'll move on to the next.
All right.
Although I really need,
Who would your next witness be?
could I have the officer, investigative deputy
He's the bailiff today.
Summers?
Has returned the subpoena to the defendant. Who's your next witness?
Deputy Summers, Jared Summers.
All right, is Deputy Jared Summers present?
He is, Your Honor.
All right, so let's recall the jurors. We'll commence with the testimony of Mr. Summers. Mr. Yohn was calling his next witness on behalf of the defense, Jared Summers. You can have Jared Summers.
Well, he could just have showed up every day in court.
Mr. Yohn, when you're ready with your questions.
Mr. Summers, can you state your name and badge number?
Jared Summers, Sam 31.
And you're in an occupation with Adams County Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
And what do you do?
I'm assigned to the West Central Illinois Drug Task Force and also the U.S. Marshals Fugitive Task Force.
And you were working on the night of November 9th of 2021, correct?
Yes.
And can you relate to us a bit of the events that occurred that night?
I got a call from Sergeant McMahon. He told me that we had an incident, and I arrived to the scene.
And what scene was that?
Down on North Bottom Road to the scene that we're here for.
And can you explain briefly what that scene was in reference to?
Sergeant McMahon told me it was in reference to a home invasion and to get there. I was off duty at the time, so I responded as fast as I could.
And arriving there, do you remember approximately what time you arrived?
I believe it was a little after 7 p.m.
And upon arriving there, could you go in depth on what you proceeded to do after arriving?
Sergeant McMahon advised me that a whitish or silver Toyota was stolen from the residence, and he asked me to go look for surveillance cameras and to see if we saw where the Toyota went.
And you obviously talked to Sergeant McMahon there at the scene outside your vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And where was that at in reference to the scene?
I don't remember, in the driveway somewhere.
And
Well, if you didn't give them details, they can't fill it out. And they are obligated to do it for him, I think. So if he just said, can you send a summons to Sheriff Wagner, and he doesn't give them any more details, she's obligated to do it, I think. This is the trouble you get when you want to be pro se.
Was there any other officers there at that time?
Yes.
Could you recollect who?
I remember Investigator Shoney, Investigator Miller, Sergeant McMahon, Sergeant Lohmeyer, and Deputy Bowden.
And you state Deputy Miller was there?
Investigator Miller, yes.
Investigator Miller. You didn't see any other persons, citizens of the community?
There was towards the garage. I saw some other people, don't know who they were. I wasn't up close to the house.
Have you ever had any happenstances or been around the husband, Mr. Timothy Schmidt?
No,
You do not know him?
no,
And have you ever met the victim or declarant, in this case, CL?
no,
And you did not see her that night either?
no.
And, so you didn't enter the scene?
Nope, I was just basically at the driveway for 5 minutes, if that.
And then you proceeded to canvass the area for possible camera sightings of defendant or the stolen vehicle, correct?
Yes.
Could you relate to us after canvassing the local area, what you did after that?
Didn't find any surveillance cameras. I believe I went back to the scene very briefly. Sergeant McMahon advised me possible suspects of the defendant and Karen Blackledge. So I went back to the sheriff's office and started digging into them.
You, after starting to dig into possible suspects, as you state, can you further proceed into what you did after that?
Looked in our database and figured out basic ties of where they frequent, if they have ties from Quincy, just anywhere like that. And I came that they had ties in Springfield.
And further on, if you would.
That's all I did.
And that concluded your night.
At that point, no.
Anything else in reference to the case here at hand?
Later on, when the investigators got back to the sheriff's office, we wrote a probable cause report and then got a hold of Mr. Jones and advised him of the situation and then met him the next morning.
You didn't go in search of, or were you given any other information during that time in reference to the suspects?
Yes, I did. When I was doing the searching on our database, I realized that Karen Blackledge was a possible suspect in a vehicle theft earlier that day.
And you proceeded to do what after that?
I got a hold of the Quincy Police Department officer that handled that. He told me about it, and I watched surveillance cameras of the incident.
And in the surveillance cameras, can you relate what you saw?
I saw a black female, which I knew to be Karen Blackledge. She went up to, it was at instant replay. She went up to instant replay's front door and then walked to the truck, got in the truck and drove away.
And Karen Blackledge is the only one you saw?
Yes.
How much of that camera footage did you review?
I don't know.
Enough to tell that it was only her, correct?
Yes.
And you were obviously given this camera footage later on after checking the database for information. Were you relayed approximately when that vehicle, I believe it was a GMC, a turquoise blue GMC, was stolen from instant replay?
It was in the morning, I believe, between 10 to noon.
Did you get a call in about suspects being sighted?
Yes.
And where were they sighted?
The Toyota was sighted at Hannibal gas station. Hannibal Police Department tried to stop that vehicle, and that vehicle fled from them. And then later on, I don't remember what road, but Illinois State Police also observed the vehicle, and the vehicle fled from them also after trying to conduct a traffic stop.
And upon trying to conduct a traffic stop in Illinois, do you remember approximately what time these occurrences were?
No.
Was it later?
I should have been a lawyer, but sadly, I never went to law school other than Brooks and Yohn's law and stuff. And I'm not an American, and I don't have a green card, and I'm not barred. Other than that, which are details that the state puts on me so I can't defend my clients, I should have been in the courtroom. I will work at or about double the hourly rate of Hank Brennan, because I know it's not a hematuba.
Tonight or
I was still working, so I don't know when it was.
what time did you quit work that
I
night?
do not know.
Would it have been after 8 p.m.?
Yes.
So that's approximately 2.5, maybe even 3 hours after the occurrence.
I guess I got on scene a little after 7, so that's what I remember.
And do you have any knowledge as to when this alleged crime at 4300 Bottom Road happened?
I'm not for sure.
And were you ever able to, excuse me, I apologize. You did say that vehicle theft was from earlier in the day, true?
From that day, yes.
And based on your review of that video, can you tell us what the description of that black female was, what she may have been wearing?
I don't remember the description. Remember it was a black female. When I looked at the surveillance, I knew it was Karen Blackledge.
You could in reference to the color maybe of the clothing or.
I haven't seen the video in close to 2 years, so no, I don't know.
And how did she appear to be in that video? You worked obviously in drug task force. And you've known Karen for quite some time. How did she appear to be in that video?
I don't remember. I just remember her walking towards the door, and then walking back to the vehicle and leaving in it.
You state that you didn't see the defendant myself in that video. Would it be possible that he wasn't even present?
I don't know.
And Mr. Summers, onto the Phillips 66 video, were you able to see that?
I don't remember if I looked at it or not.
Have you since been given any other information on this alleged criminal act?
What do you mean?
Any details as to what happened? I understand you work in law enforcement. Is there a possibility you talk to others concerning this act and could shed some light on it?
I'm going to object at this point, Your Honor. If he's asking for what somebody else has told him about this act, that would be hearsay.
Sustained, you can rephrase the question.
No, she got 40 years.
The sightings of defendants, I'm going to change the line of question completely. The sightings of defendants in the car, the white Toyota Avalon, they were an hour later, you stated after 8 o'clock, correct?
That would be my guess, yes.
Do you know approximately how long it takes to get from Quincy, Illinois to Hannibal?
I would say 30 minutes, 35 minutes.
So if this alleged crime happened at 5:28, which you're not sure, I've just given you knowledge of, and suspects departed around 6 p.m., that would leave enough time for one to change clothes, maybe take a shower, make it to Hannibal,
Objection leading.
Sustained. 2 hours would be enough to make it to Hannibal, correct?
Yes.
David Summers, I'd like to talk about the scene of the arrest.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. The witness said he was never at the scene of the arrest. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Scene of the arrest. I withdraw my objection.
Your Deputy Summers, Investigator Summers. As I stated, I'd like to talk about the scene of the arrest. You and other officers were notified that the defendant, myself, and alleged co-defendant were arrested in Springfield, Illinois, correct?
Correct.
And you traveled to Springfield, Illinois, true?
Yes.
You also traveled with other officers.
Yes.
Could you state who you traveled with?
I rode with Sergeant McMahon and Investigator Yohn and Investigator Miller rode with each other.
And do you recall approximately what time you left for Springfield?
Shortly after the defendant was taken
Indeed.
into custody is when we left.
Bring thou
And this was the following day,
gold-colored bag
correct?
you stole
Yes.
it.
On the 10th of November.
Yes.
And officers of the U.S. Marshal Service gathered info, which you're also part of, true?
Yes.
And they gathered info on the defendant and found that he and Blackledge were potentially at 906 East Cornell, true?
I'm not sure of the exact address, but I believe so.
And that was, do you recall who provided that information?
We knew the defendant was at Jamal's store the day prior. TFO Von Barron, who's works with the U.S. Marshals, spoke to the defendant's ex-girlfriend. She stated if he was in Springfield, he would be at Randy Young's residence, which is approximately 0.7 miles from Jamal's.
So you're familiar with the area then?
Yes.
It's as pivotal as who, if any, drove the ambulance. This is going to be the question that determines the entire trial.
And upon arriving to Springfield, what did you proceed to do?
I went to the scene on where the defendant was apprehended.
And upon arriving to that scene, obviously the defendant was already in custody at the local police station, correct?
Correct.
And at that scene, what did you observe first entering the scene?
Well, first entering was an unrelated incident to this case that we believe, but I'm not for sure. And then later I spoke to a detective with Springfield Police Department, and she kind of showed me the area of where the defendant was apprehended.
And could you repeat that again about the unrelated incident stated?
There was a vehicle there that there was a dead body in the alley where the defendant was apprehended. And
This is the most random thing. They're looking for this idiot and his co-defendant. Well, she's not co-defendant because she's in prison. And they just come up on a vehicle with a dead guy in it. Yep, this is crack alley.
that's what it is.
And that was approximately a property and a half over in a public alleyway, correct?
Yeah.
And you stated that it's unrelated to the defendant myself.
I'm not for sure, but that's from my understanding, yes.
Very big coincidence, Drew.
Yeah.
One wouldn't expect to be looking for someone in these matters and come across a body in close proximity like that, would they?
Well, what's the question?
If you were looking for a suspect such as myself for these criminal acts, you wouldn't expect a coincidence such as that being that close to the scene of arrest.
I mean, doing this job since 2012, I think anything's possible.
Anything's possible, but it's a very big coincidence, Drew.
Anything's possible, yes.
You were shown around the scene by Springfield Police, correct?
Yes.
And what did he show you outside of the coincidence? What did he show you in reference to the scene?
Next to an RV, he just kind of showed me around. I do remember on a chair that there was a purse
No, it just randomly appears and then nothing really comes of it. He just mentions that there was a dead guy a house and a half over. Had nothing to do with this, but it's apparently something Bradley Yohn thought was important. It's weird.
And it was wearing during he was apprehended.
Oh,
And
he's trying to pin it on the corpse and said, well, I stole his shoes and all of his belongings.
can you speak on any procedure?
KLF has solved the crime.
Or did you just observe by eyesight?
I observed, I was more of just listening to Sergeant McMahon and what he wanted me to do at that time.
And in reference to that purse on the chair, were you able to, at that time, identify anything in that purse?
At that time, no.
In your report, you state that, I would give you one moment. You state that Sergeant Henson showed us around the scene. And while Sergeant Henson was showing us the scene, we observed in plain view a chair which was outside the purse Yohn was wearing. Correct?
Yeah.
And then you went and applied for a search warrant?
Investigator Shoney did.
You didn't identify or see anything on that chair other than the purse, Drew?
I don't remember if it was at that time, but I do remember what was in the purse. I'm not sure if I remember it was after we came back to the place, to the residence, or at that moment. But
And
I hate his
in the purse there was U.S.
his
currency,
voice.
jewelry, a voter's ID card with Christina Lohman's name on it, and I believe the Toyota keys, and then also checks from ABS to Christina Lohman.
And that concluded the items in the purse.
I believe so, yes.
Debbie Summers, I want to jump over to processing a scene quickly. When you process a scene, you take pictures, correct?
Yes.
And how do you do that procedure? Do you place hands on items before you take the pictures, or do you take the pictures first?
So we take overall pictures of the whole scene, everything from top to bottom, we take a whole scene picture. And then after those pictures are taken, then we start handling that evidence.
And you stated you saw the purse with voters' registration cards,
No, he
cash,
didn't. That was
jewelry,
me that made it up.
checks. And it was very obviously in plain view, just as this computer is here today, correct?
I don't remember, but
It's seated right on the chair.
from my remembrance, it was on the chair.
And then you proceeded to, I believe, the police station, and Officer Shoney applied for a search warrant.
Yes.
And then after that, what did you all do?
Sergeant McMahon, Investigator Shoney, and myself went back to the scene and executed the search warrant.
Deputy Summers, are you aware of a hijacking, or what could be considered a hijacking, that I believe may have taken place on October 19th, 20th, sometime around there, outside of town?
No.
I'm having a hard time. I'd like to inquire as to when you went back to the scene and did the search.
After the search warrant was signed from a Sangamon County judge, we went back to the scene.
And you proceeded to search, and did you search the purse?
I don't remember.
Here in your report, it states verbatim, during the search warrant outside the RV's doors, we observed the purse that was on Yohn. Inside the purse, there was a large amount of U.S. currency, numerous pieces of jewelry, checks from ABS that had Tina Lohman's name written on it, keys to the stolen Toyota, and Adams County voters registration card with Christine Lohman's name on it. And then you go on. Also, in a suitcase, we found a radar detector and court documents with Yohn's name on them. This is page 7 of 9 of your supplemental report. It is 0366 defense copy. Would you know who placed a pill bottle next to that purse, directly next to that purse?
No.
On that chair?
No.
But it wasn't there in the beginning, was it?
I do not remember.
Deputy, are you
And
aware
would
of
you relate
random
to
other
us
crimes that happen
what you
on
did
random
after
other
this?
days in random other
And I
places?
would ask that you please go into detail, timing, actions taken in the search.
Judge, objection, calls for a narrative, compound question.
Would you relate to us?
Objection.
Would you relate to us what you did after that?
Objection, calls for a narrative.
What did you
The
proceed?
objection for the same grounds.
What did you do
After we did execute the search warrant,
after you initially started the search warrant?
Objection still calls for a narrative, Your Honor. We need something more specific for this witness to answer the question.
Can you go into detail the procedure of the search?
we searched the outside and inside the RV and took evidence.
And do you recall what evidence you took?
The items on the chair, inside the RV, I believe we found some more U.S. currency, a gold watch, a purse, and I believe an ID, but I don't remember what ID that was.
And Deputy Summers, which of you took the pictures?
I know I didn't. I don't know who did.
Do you recall a Burlington receipt?
Like,
A Burlington department store receipt?
no.
And items recovered from Yohn and Blackledge. That wouldn't be stuff you found at the scene, would it? That would be things you found on a person, right?
The items,
Items recovered from Yohn and Blackledge,
I mean, they were at the scene of where the defendant was apprehended.
but they would be different than what's recovered on a person.
I don't understand your question.
Items recovered from a defendant. If a defendant's found at a scene and then he is taken to a police station and you later come up to search the scene, the items found on the person at the police station would be different than the items found at the scene, correct?
Well, the items at the scene would stay at the scene, and the items on the, the items on a defendant would, I don't know what they did with them.
They went to the police department. Do you recall what kind of cell phone you have as far as your department cell phone?
It's an iPhone.
And do you remember the brand or, the model?
At that time, I have a new one now. I don't remember what brand we had then.
Did you observe a rosary on scene?
Not that I remember.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
All right, any cross?
No, Your Honor. We'd ask that he be released from the people's subpoena.
You intend to recall this witness, Mr. Yohn?
Potentially, Your Honor.
We'd ask that he be released from our subpoena at least, Your Honor.
All right, we're releasing from the people's subpoena this time. Any further witness, Mr. Yohn?
Your Honor, I do, however, I'm not ready for them yet. I need to inquire with Sheriff Wagner and Massachusetts. Also, I need to take up an issue of very high relevance concerning this case.
It's not of high relevance.
Outside the jury. It's very important, Your Honor, in reference to evidence, items, and pictures.
Well, Mr. Yohn, if we're going to take it up outside the hearing of the jury, let's wait and we'll do so outside the hearing of the jury. They are still here.
Pictures here.
Oh, this is the worst part of all the trial. This is when this creepy MFer gets into the pictures he doesn't have of the victims. If you didn't hate Bradley Yohn before, this is probably the time where you're going to hate this man more than ever. Because this is when he really shits the bed, to say it less politely. He's an absolutely wow. And I think the only reason he wants them is because he is interested in his own gratification, if I can say it that way. I'm going to run it. It's absolutely disgusting. Pill. This to me is where I think he really enjoyed what he did, and he wants to make memories for when he's alone in the cell. That's what I think this is for. It's not for reliving his crime. It's actually because he wants to at home that night.
Thank you. You may be seated. John, you had an issue to raise?
Your Honor, last night I noticed some very disturbing things. And these are in reference to sexual assault pictures. Judge, I believe there needs to be something done about these sexual assault pictures. The state's attorney stated that I've seen them several times. Your Honor, I've seen different pictures at least 2 different times. And the ones that were presented yesterday were not a pristine moment. I don't care who testified of them. There were a couple that I am for sure, without a doubt, that were not Christine Yohn.
Which pictures, Mr. Yohn? Let's identify them for the record.
Your Honor, they were vaginal pictures.
Do you have the people's exhibits numbers that we can reference for the record? So
No,
we
Your
can clear
Honor.
record?
Judge, we can help with that.
All right. We can help out. Speed things along. Please do so.
Judge, the photos in question are, I believe, People's 31 and People's 32.
Your Honor, there was, the first time I observed these, there were several more than this, and they were completely different than what we viewed yesterday. I would suggest potentially the courts, with all attorneys involved, do an in-camera session or something to determine this, because I have pictures, not of the genital area from the sex assault exam, but I have pictures here that are completely different than what one has showed on this screen here. There's no reason they should be completely different, Your Honor. I think relevance is something that needs to be addressed and something needs to be done about it. I also have other pictures, and though they may be disturbing, I have other pictures from a later time that also show that these aren't from the same person. There's specific issues with that area that prove this, and I'm not going to state them out loud because I don't want to offend anybody here today. But
Mr. Jones, care to respond to the allegation?
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm dumbfounded. I'll say that. I'll start with that. One, Jacqueline Oglesby testified in open court that the photographs were photographs that she took, specifically People's 31 and 32 were photographs of the victim. Two, the defendant had every opportunity to cross-examine her on that, and he did not do that. They were admitted into evidence. And again, Jacqueline Oglesby, under oath, said they were of the victim in this case. Three, the defendant has seen those photos numerous times. We did not provide him copies of them because of the sensitive nature. We've addressed that with the court and with this defendant multiple times. He's asked to see them multiple times. And each time, Ms. Keck and I have gone down to the jail or gone over to the jail and shown him those photos and given him ample time to look at those photos. Are there more photos of her genitalia? Absolutely. We chose to use 2 because of the graphic nature of them. So he's right, there are more. We didn't use any more than the 2 that we used because of the graphic nature of them. That was our choice as trial strategy. That doesn't mean that they aren't of her, especially when the court has found the appropriate foundation has been laid and a witness testified as to that foundation. I don't know what the defendant's trying to do here now, Your Honor, but frankly, it's not the right time, it's not the right place, and I'll stop there.
All right, so Mr. Yohn, having heard the arguments of yourself and the state, the time to have objected to anything about People's Exhibits number 31 and number 32 was when the witness Oglesby was testifying, and she did testify to the foundation, identified those photographs of those as the photographs she took of CL, of the injuries resulting from the sexual assault, as well as the photographs were identified by Dr. Kagumba as the photographs she had reviewed of the initial injuries and then basically that were healing of that sexual assault. And so, quite frankly, the water's run under the bridge already, Mr. Yohn, and so there's nothing I can do about that. They're admitted without your objection and will remain admitted without your objection.
I have not been disclosed in photos, as you say.
And again, Mr. Yohn, the time to have objected even on that grounds passed when those witnesses were here to testify, and you did not object to those being admitted. It's too late.
Because I did not know, Your Honor, I've not been given.
You were in the courtroom, sir.
I've not seen. All
right, I moved. You were in the courtroom during the testimony and with the exhibits. They're admitted. Any other issue, Mr. Yohn?
Interviewing witnesses, Your Honor.
It's the same answer I had for you yesterday, sir.
And we spoke on that today and determined that we would proceed further into that.
What were we proceeding further into?
Well, I'd indicated, Your Honor, that this morning I'd indicated that I was willing to go speak with Ms. Blockledge again and to inquire whether or not she would do that. Frankly, I'm not sure that I'm in the mood to do that, but I will still do that because I don't want this defendant to feel like he's being treated unfairly.
All right. So Mr. Jones will likely be accompanied by Ms. Keck as well as a law enforcement officer to visit with Ms. Blackledge to see if she's changed her mind from last evening and wishes to speak with you or not. And then they'll facilitate that if she does so desire.
We will, Your Honor.
Your Honor, people can say anything and people can be believed as long as there's a foundation true.
And Mr. Jones and Ms. Keck, are officers of this court, sir. And so they have a ethical obligation as officers of the court to be truthful with this court. And we had testimony this morning to back up the representations that were made.
Yes, sir.
That's about the best I can do, sir. I'm not going to go ask her because I'm not a witness in this case. I've got to be the judge. Okay? Anything else, Mr. Yohn?
No, Your Honor.
Anything for the people?
Yes, Your Honor. As far as tomorrow, if the defendant is going to call witnesses, we would like to know who they are so that we can help facilitate them being in court so we don't deal with the same issue that we've dealt with today. I would also point out that two of the witnesses that the defendant indicated he was likely to call, and one that he wanted to recall, were Brian Curran and Kelsey Miller. Both those individuals are under our subpoena. They are not under a subpoena from the defendant. I want to be clear on that. They are only available tomorrow if the defendant wants to call them. Once tomorrow runs, they are not available next week. And again, they are only under the people's subpoena.
And that was Kelsey Miller, correct?
Kelsey Miller and Brian Curran.
I don't want to call Brian Kern. He has no
So-
issues.
If we can confirm that we can release Brian Curran from his subpoena, I'll do that. And then that just leaves Kelsey Miller.
Your Honor, we can release Brian Kern. Brian Kern has nothing to do with this case.
All right, so Brian Curran can be released from the state subpoena to be a witness in this case. And as far as Kelsey Miller, Mr. Yohn, are you going to want her available to testify?
Tomorrow afternoon, Judge.
We will have her here and available. The state will make an effort to make her here and available tomorrow.
We will do that, Your Honor. Then finally, Your Honor, Heidi Young and Ilsa Terrell and Tim Schmidt, because the defendant also indicated he may want to recall those people. So if he wants them here, if he wants to give me a time, I will make sure that those individuals are available.
Mr. Yohn, do you wish to call Heidi Young as a witness?
Yes, that should be brief.
It's just yes or no, but what time? You want it first thing in the morning or afternoon?
Early afternoon.
And then Ilsa Terrell, you want to call her as a witness?
Before, or excuse me, we could move Heidi up a bit, or either or, vice versa. But I prefer to do Kelsey Miller last.
Timothy Schmidt, are you wishing to call him as a witness?
Potentially in the morning, Judge.
I will have Mr. Schmidt here in the morning. I will have Kelsey Miller here at 12:30, 1 o'clock. If you want to give me a time for Heidi Young and Ilsa Terrell.
I would suggest Ms. Young and Terrell also be here in the morning. I'm not going to be taking these breaks waiting for witnesses to be available. I want them lined up and ready to go.
Yes, sir.
Next witness, next witness.
And if there are any other witnesses he wants tomorrow.
Your Honor, you wanting to save assistance in gathering or trying to get other witnesses here?
I would think that them may take up most of the day.
We're going to fill the day, sir. So any other witness?
Jake McMahon.
We will have Officer or Sergeant McMahon here in the morning as well.
Any other witness, Mr. Young?
Not for all, Your Honor. Believe it should.
All right, and again, I expect to fill the day, so if we come up on 1:30 again with no witnesses, I mean, you're going to either fill the time or we're going to be adjourned and taking up instructions to the jury. So make sure we've got enough people to fill the day, sir.
I guess we could throw Dr. Finster on this.
Dr. Finster has not been properly served with a subpoena, Your Honor.
He's ours, but he's not available this week.
He's not available this week.
He only has to be-
Kevin Douglas.
I'm not sure if Kevin Douglas has been subpoenaed by the defense.
Has Kevin Douglas been issued a subpoena, Mr. Young?
No, not on my behalf, no. I think I'd have to since he's already been added to the list this week.
Again,
I can try to have him here, but he's not under subpoena, so there's not much I can do, but I will attempt to have Officer Douglas here.
could be beneficial. Anyone else, Mr. Young?
I did, Judge.
All right. Anything else for the people?
No, Your Honor.
We will be adjourned. It is now 3:30 in the afternoon.
So, this was his first attempt at calling witnesses. I put a poll up. Did the state prove their case? And 72% says yes. 16 says no. Oh, you're gonna get surprised. 11% says not sure. 86 votes. I really disliked the last part. That's why I got all of quiet all of a sudden, because I still think that this man wanted to have access to these pictures to enjoy himself with them, reliving what he did and just looking at them. I think he is a sick son of a, and I really believe that this is driven not just because he was a drug addict and he was trying to get ways to acquire drugs. I actually think this made him, he liked it, is what I'm trying to say. And that's horrible. Absolutely horrible. But I don't know. I really dislike what we just saw. Why would you focus in on the JJ pictures? And how can you tell by looking at them it's not the same hoo-ha? I personally haven't seen one ever in my life, so I don't know how they look. And I have a hard time recognizing faces, so probably it's the same if I was looking at the fish taco. But why can you recognize the lady parts of your victim? You must be a JJ savant to do that. It's, to me, it's just so creepy that he said, I could tell it's not the same. Yuck. Yeah, it's. You're not shocked. You're not surprised. I'm a little shocked by this case. Yeah, it's. And this was the first. This is the case that built my channel. And thank you all again for helping me reach 18,000 subscribers. Onwards and upwards. But this is people, because again, if you're new to trial watching, there's a lot of weird people. Right now, there is the Madeleine Soto case that's about to start. I believe they're trying to start it the 22nd. There's two cases in that. Her stepfather is indicted on 60-something charges of CP. I wanted to cover it. Then I read the charges against him and I said, nope, I can't do that with my grandson alive. It gets too, even though there's a difference as boys or girls and stuff like that, I just can't do it. The murder trial will be that might start in September because this poor girl was unalived. The mom is really weird in that case, but I wanted to do the CP. I'm not going to do it. I think Mo might do it, but there are very bad people out there. I was actually at some point, I was thinking about, because YouTube likes when you make topical series of something. I was actually trying to look into sexual predators in schools, because there's so many cases that pop up right now. So and the worst thing is, well, this guy, you can see he's a creep, he's nasty, he's a drug addict. But you see a lot of these cases, it's well-adjusted people, school teachers, where you think, what the hell's going on? What's wrong with people today? Ugh. He is really bad. He's really bad. Thank you. Danke Yeah. It's okay to have a boundary. Yeah, normally I am Mr. Teflon. I don't care, but I read, and we're talking about penetration of everything. We're talking about horrible stuff. So I don't do it. Turtle Boy interview will pull you over 20,000. No, I just want to talk to Turtle Boy. I'm not chasing those numbers as crazily. I just hope a few more people will come in and watch me daily. I actually wrote something on Grizzly's Twitter today because she is a really big channel. She has a very big following. And she said that he shouldn't be allowed to see the evidence against him because it's his pictures. And it is. And it's horrible that he took these pictures. But you can't take the right away from one person because you dislike him. Then you have to take the right away from every defendant. Then Karen Reed should not have been allowed to see any of the evidence in her case. I have been a little on the moral high horse because I've seen so much bad information out there lately. Saying stuff like that, he shouldn't. It's wrong that he's allowed to do that. No, he is protected by the exact same standards like everyone else. Even though he's a sick F who should be thrown into Mr. Chippy and thrown into the sun after, you can't make these determinations that one person should lose their rights. It's the same with Bradley Yohn being pro se. He has the right to ask the victims of his crimes. Sadly, that is how it is. And I really feel that because we are getting more recognized as trustworthy or stuff like that, even though we're not lawyers, we're just talking to you. Making those kind of statements is turning stuff into a lawn and crim where everyone is just guilty and the defense lawyer should just shut up and sit down. I really dislike that they put out there on Twitter today that, oh, he shouldn't be allowed to do it. It's a constitutional right. If Karen Reed, if why can't Travis Rudolph, was that the guy in Florida who got self-defense? If they're allowed to do it, even the worst creep. And I think there's a lot of people who need to remember the people we hate most should have the same protections as the people we love the most, because the state should not be allowed to railroad anyone, because if they can do it to the one you hate, they can do it to the one you love. And I love that there's a lot of people saying, well, these people. Yeah, but I saw you on this trial yelling about how the state of Massachusetts is misusing their power. Why should another state be allowed to do it? Well, I don't like that guy. Sadly, that's not how the law is. Everyone is equal under the law, except politicians. They are more equal. Yeah, I just read it and I didn't see images of him being in any situation, but I just started thinking, what if something happened to him? And I know I wouldn't be streaming after that because I would be on a vacation for 8 to 10 years if anything happened to him. So I can't do it. The 4 high horses of morality. Well, I'm not a moral person. I'm a big old grifter, but I just have this. Maybe it's because I spent so much time in politics where everyone is fucking lying all the time, that I just get annoyed when people are doing these easy statements. Well, he shouldn't be allowed to see it. No, he should never have taken these pictures. But if he's a defendant, he has the same right as the person that you believe is innocently convicted. Simple as that. You can't build a society where law is for this group of people and not for this group of people because you determine that they are not the right group of people. I don't like it. Maybe it's just me. That was a good case to watch, Travis Rudolph. I really liked his brother. He was such a nice fella. Yeah, and rest in peace, Legal Vices. And I was supposed to have had Legal Vices on the Friday after he passed. That's such a surreal thing, because we had been going back and forth for some time about, hey, can we figure out something? Because he had me on for a drunk stream where he was a little too drunk to have me on. And I thought, yeah, we're not mending fences, but we're just trying to get to work together. And that was really weird that I got a message from him the day before saying, hey, yeah, I'll see you Friday. I'm looking forward to it. That was really, really weird. Yeah. Yeah, I'm totally with you. 100%, and he should never have access to it back in the prison cell. He can see it at the defense table or wherever. He should have no access to it anywhere other than in court. But he should be afforded the same rights as Travis Rudolph. Yeah, and I think even us true crimers, court watchers, I think Bradley Yohn is an idiot. When I watched it the first time, yeah, he was guilty as sin. But I will still say, if I don't think the state proves it. Again, I said it yesterday with Adam Montgomery. I didn't think they proved one of the weapons in his weapon case, and I never, ever thought that they proved he unalived poor Harmony the way they claimed. I think it's very much more likely she OD'd in the car and they just hit the body because they didn't want to get in trouble. I'm convinced of that after sitting through that hell of watching that trial. I don't believe anything Kayla was saying on the stand. Brother was the sweetest guy. Yeah, that's the big thing. If you start getting into crimes or you start to look at politics, you'll see there's a lot of people who doesn't like the same rules we do. I'm not a moral person. I am the worst person in the world. All of Travis's witnesses were so much more credible than the state. You don't believe the topless debate club that just wanted to talk to him was believable? Why didn't you drive him to the hospital? You passed 2 hospitals. That lead investigator, why didn't you go look for the pew-pew? No one told me there was a pew-pew there. Isn't it your job to go look for potential weapons? Nah, I don't know. Who cares? Yeah. A vacation on a very, very hard bed. Yeah, one of those fakir beds that they have in India with all the nails in them. And then someone very heavy sitting on top of him. That would be what I think he should have. Yeah, I did. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, at least I'm honest about my shortcomings, and that I also have flaws, because we all do. But I still think, even though I don't live in America, I still think we should uphold the laws of America. Because I could just sit here and say, oh, you're all crazy because here in Denmark, we would never, ever say stuff like that. Oh, this is so crazy. Why are they saying all these dumb things? This guy is total guilty. Why are we having this circus? It's just dumbed in the heads to do this, which would probably lose me a lot of subscribers if I used my heavy Danish accent. You can kind of tolerate the weird Danish accent I have now. But no, I believe because I'm covering for Americans, I have to kind of know what the law is about. I have to kind of know what the constitutional grounds for certain stuff is. And I have to talk to Jemima afterwards. And she that's not how it is. Well, then it should be like that. That's not how it is. It's like talking to Marissa. You can't just say that to people. Why not? You have to kind of sugarcoat it. No. Your mom always calls you flawless and perfect. Yeah, and then she rubs your head and cries. I know that. My mom was like that too. Oh, Dominic with the new Brazilian butt lift. BBL. She couldn't sit down because she had a butt lift. Stupid. And some of Baker's comings are very short. Yeah, but at least I come every time. Always listen to Jemima. Don't give her a big head. But everyone, it's also time to listen to Molly. It's 7 o'clock. I should have walked her already. Back again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Hopefully, Jamie will have time to join us tomorrow. I believe tomorrow is where we're going to start with the voir dire of Daddy Yohn. So you better be here because that's a voir dire for the books. It's probably the best voir dire you will ever imagine hearing, seeing in anything. So be here or be firkantet, as we say in Denmark. Firkant is a square. Do you give anyone a big head? I'm a virgin, so I haven't done that. The rest of you, go out and give Jemima a big head, not you, Zach, because we know what 6 inches is where you come from. Love you all.
What exhibit are you referring to?
I'm going to make this 100, Your Honor.
All right.
100.
100.
Because it is 100%
100%.
correct.
So you literally built a cannon?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you lose your rights. You have to give the same rights to a child pet person as anyone else.
the cutest thing I've ever seen. While I'm waiting for this, did you, whether it's true or not, believe that Mr. Randolph had slept with your wife?
I wouldn't have cared.
You wouldn't have cared?
No.
Did you believe he had slept with your wife?
No.
Did you believe he slept with your mother-in-law?
Probably did. Everybody has.
So there-
Everybody has.